7th, 2020. This is the regularly voiced.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Would you please do a roll?
Interim City Manager Strome.
Here. Thank you very much.
With a heavy heart because of the condition of the country and the spread of the men and women, wherever they may be, and keep them safe. We ask one nation, under God.
Is any member of the council, I have a second by Councilor, you that this public participation.
My name is Albert Fuller, and I am a resident of Williston. You probably need to bring it before the city council. Well, I was under the impression it had already been brought for the fees to connect as the things that could be incorporated into that amount. Of course, he said that after he asked us how much water would we be using. And we informed him that we'd be using a drip system, and it'd only be used about 3 months in the summer or spring and summer. Desire is to get more people thing, but we agreed that we put in the rest to go ahead and putting up the underground pipes throughout the property. Mr. Bernard, middle school.
Okay. Thank you.
City water flooding into that area.
This is the first time this has ever come before the council.
And Chief Strode told me the same thing. He said he had looked at the records and he could find no evidence of that ever coming before the council. So I'm not blaming the council,
Okay.
but I'm just looking for action such that we can go ahead with this community project that we feel is well worthwhile. Not just for food provided for the community, but more so for the community to begin to work together on something positive.
What is the name of your organization? For the crowds.
Aerial irrigation.
Is the property you're talking about?
Much more than that. This was for the community to provide a project for young people whereby we may even have a competition among young people and them taking care of their garden, taking care of their small plot, and judging at the end and looking for prizes to be donated toward their work. But in addition to that, we've had seven to 8 volunteers that were working with us full-time with anything we needed, and those people have drifted away because we've been waiting for so long, and they've just decided it's nothing that's going to ever happen.
Okay, I need to move this along, so I just need to get some clarity here. Is there such a thing as wastewater distribution in our area?
There is not.
There's,
Not
you
that
said something about using the wastewater for irrigation.
I think he was talking like that, wastewater, in other words. He was saying that,
Please state your name, sir.
Vernon Bernard.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard.
Yes. The chairman. He was saying that it wasn't quite wastewater, but there was water that the city loses through drainage pipes, and I mean, through irrigation.
Through broken pipes.
And stuff like that, and probably, I don't know what percentage it was, but, you know.
This is a sore subject that I've fought for years.
Well, yeah, but like I said, there's been a lot of it bringing up.
Okay.
And, that's what we had. We grew a garden, and, without irrigation, and we had a lot of stuff out there. And some of it went to waste. People wouldn't come get it, you know what I'm saying? Because, saying of what really was going on. Now, Mr. Brooks donated a sign, and we haven't put it up yet, because we was waiting to see, to make sure that we were gonna be able to go forward with this thing in place. The thing is to grow this garden so everybody can participate, and we can put a lot of reasons on.
Thank you, Mr. Bernard. I have one question for you, CJ. Do we have water out there, and can this be done in an easy and timely manner by the city?
Not as simple of a question as that. The water is available out there. It is outside of the city limits. It is in the county. However, it is within our service Willis District, so water is available. I am aware of Mr. Fuller's request. It's been going on for quite some time. There was never a resolution brought to me as far as what the intent of the council was. In installing that water out there is probably going to be a cost of a couple $1,000 at the most. We just installed a light meter for the tiny homes. However, I guess that fee could be waived by the council. The council probably do whatever they want to on that, but any water that is metered in town has to be paid for by somebody. Now, the council, I guess, could agree to absorb that bill, themselves, but it does have to be paid for at some point. Even our city facilities are billed out individually, so there is no free water available.
And are you aware of any conversation by any official in the past 2 years saying that we could do it for free?
I am not.
Okay.
Mr. Lippman was,
Can I ask a question?
You may.
Where is the closest water to them?
there is an abandoned,
Yeah.
Speak loudly, we can't hear you.
There's an abandoned water meter that was probably not large enough to serve that had been removed at that property. So the water main runs along that
Oh,
property.
that's good. Oh, that's very encouraging.
And yet it would cost thousands of dollars to put water to it?
Yes, a 2-inch water meter is upwards of $900 now, all the fittings and everything. Again, tiny homes. We billed out no labor for that process, and that was about almost $2,000 for that invoice. And those are top of the head numbers I
So
have.
it's the meter itself, not, the water line is there, it's the meter itself.
It takes a $300 valve just to go into the tap. The tap is, right at $100. The meter is around $900.
So this is not on the council agenda, this is public participation, we cannot vote on this matter. Best I can tell you, Mr. Fuller and Mr. Bernard, is that the council will bring it back up as an agenda item at the next meeting, Mrs. Wright. And we can discuss it in greater depth and look at, see if we can, I think it's a wonderful project, I think it's a good thing for the citizens, but we have to discuss it as an agenda item, not as public participation, sir.
And, I would appreciate it if that's gonna come up, if we know, let us know.
I'm telling you now.
Questions.
2 weeks
I
from
just
tonight.
told her,
2 weeks from tonight.
2 weeks from now, tonight, it will be on the agenda as a regular agenda item where we can give it the time that it deserves, sir.
Okay.
Mr.
Appreciate
Fuller,
the hearing.
Mr. Fuller spoke to me about it, and I suggested come, because I was trying to find out, I couldn't find anything, if any of y'all remember this coming before you. I do remember them having meetings with Mr. Lippman.
It has never come before the council, to the best of my knowledge. Thank you, sir.
Thank you all.
Don't quit on me now. Is there any other member of the public that would like to address the council? And I will remind you again, we need to try to keep this under 5 minutes. Is there anybody, Mr. Carson, could you check the hall? Is there anybody there? Aaron, I assume the people in the hall have a televised?
Yes.
Okay.
And I asked them to come to the door if they had something to say.
Yes.
I always like to send Mr. Carson out, just to be
Yeah.
sure.
Sure. He's out there, he's asking them.
Okay? As there is no more further public participation at this time, we will move to item 3. Item 3 is consent agenda. It consists of A, the minutes of the June 16, 2020 regular council meeting. B, resolution 2020-26, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, ratifying the City Council President's extension of the state of emergency arising from the COVID-19 public health emergency. Do I have a motion on the consent agenda? Yes.
Have something to say about one of them, so I say it now?
Please.
In the minutes, on the third page of the minutes, which would be page 7 of our packet.
We're talking about the June 16, 2020 regular city council.
That is correct.
Okay.
That are covered under this agenda item. Where Mrs. Jenkins was talking,
Yes.
in the second sentence, it says Mrs. Jones states that they were more concerned about the procedural rule. It should be Ms. Jenkins said, not Ms. Jones said.
That is exactly
Because
correct.
Ms. Jones didn't say that.
Mrs. Wright, would you please make those corrections to the minutes?
And on the other issue, I wondered if, in light of Mr. Coberline's email this afternoon, whether we need to refer in the resolution to the new executive order rather than the one that's in the resolution now.
Mr. Coberlin? Do you have him, Aaron?
He's here, just need to unmute his mic, Fred.
I thought that we needed to do this resolution and then do another one at the next
You
one.
think so?
That's Mr.
That's fine with me.
Coberlin.
I just wondered. I think this one refers to the other resolution, the other executive order number, and now there's a new one. So that was a question I had.
He's here, but we don't know how well it is. Go ahead, Fred.
Mr. President, Councilmember Jones's comments are well placed. We will update it for the next meeting. The current state of emergency expires at the end of today's business day, and then the new one that Councilmember Jones is referencing to takes effect at the end of today's business day. And so technically the resolution right now is still up to date. It will be outdated as soon as at the close of today's business. So we will update it for the next meeting.
Did you understand that?
They do. Thank you very much.
All right, do I have a motion on the consent agenda?
I move the consent agenda with those changes.
Second. Councilor Jones has moved to accept the consent agenda with the changes that have been discussed, and Vice President has seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any who are opposed signify the same. Let the record show that all 4 members of the council present approved the consent agenda. Item number 4, old business. Pardon me. Item 8, staff and board and councilor updates. City Manager Dennis Strode.
Interim, Senator. Most of the stuff we've been working with, the council will see on the agenda tonight, deals with utilities and garbage and other stuff we've been working with. The one thing that did come up, we have a small gas leak on Northwest 7th Street, about the 300 block. It's one of these things, you can smell the gas more than, because the odorant in the gas is put there to be able to determine there's a leak, so there's more odor than there is gas. I signed the repair paperwork today, and it will be repaired one day next week, as soon as we get it in there. The one thing we come about, or talked about at the meeting before last, when the city clerk was given some assigned duties and taking some off her plate. One thing I'd like for the council to consider is to continue to allow the city clerk to coordinate all of our special events. She's done it for so many years. She does an excellent job. And anytime you get planning events like she does, especially this size, a lot of times you have to draw on previous knowledge and institutional knowledge to make it work, and she's got it. And I urge the council to let her take that duties back, because what she does is just invaluable. So I'd like the council to ponder that. And the real good news is that city manager's job closes this Friday. We have, as of, close of business today, 97 applicants, and I can promise you, my name's not one of them.
So at that point then, at this Friday, which is the 10th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Then we begin the 2 months of deliberations? Is that
I'm
correct?
looking to have somebody on board by Wednesday.
Yes.
That's my suggestion.
Okay.
Thank you.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Has every member of the council been given the same form about the gas repairs? So we're all aware of what the costs are.
If I have it, I don't know where it is.
CJ, am I the only one that got it?
No, sir,
Okay. I just want the council to be aware of it.
That's
We
what-
don't have a choice. We have to repair the gas.
Oh, yeah.
I will point out that I have been contacted by people that live in that area who was complaining about the smell. As you know, my dear wife has a nose for gas. I could not smell it. She kept after me and kept telling me we had a gas leak, and ultimately she was correct, of course. And CJ found that gas leak. So the people told me, CJ, that this smell has been going on for months. Are you aware of that?
I am. We actually investigated it. We found a valve that was seeping by. We repaired that. Again, it's the odorant in the gas that you'll smell more so than the flammable limits of the gas. In doing that, it seemed to stop. We got another complaint by a county commissioner that said, hey, I think you might still have one going on here. We went back and we investigated that, went to the same valve. It was not leaking. Started looking at the vegetation around, noticed a brown spot further along, and so we decided to excavate it. And we found 2 places where it had been repaired previously. So the gas at times was migrating along the pipeline and coming up in a different area other than where it was located.
So it has been under investigation for a while,
It has.
and now we're gonna fix it.
Correct.
Okay. I just wanted some clarification. I was concerned when somebody told me that it'd been leaking for 2 months, and I said, look, I'm sure they have been working on it, trying to find out.
Yes, and we're not 100% positive that we did fix it the first time. However, it could be subsequent to that.
I understand.
And there are 2 repairs in that area, so.
Is your microphone not working at all? Okay. Okay. Now, you might need to hold it closer. I can hear you, but I need the record to hear.
Not working now. Something good?
Okay.
I have to get really close.
That's all. Anybody else have any questions about this issue?
Back to the first one, I think it's a great idea if Latricia keeps the special events. It's something she enjoys doing, and if she's requesting to have them back, I think we should allow her to do that.
I'm sorry, I heard the city manager say she should get it back, but I didn't hear her ask for it.
Well, I know for a fact she enjoys doing it, so.
You are specifically asking for those responsibilities.
Good,
Okay?
good. We appreciate that.
Any member of the council have any problem with the city clerk taking on additional responsibilities?
Not at all. Does a great job.
Okay. Do you hear a consensus here, Mrs. Wright?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does that satisfy your question, Mr. City Manager?
Interim city
Yes,
manager.
sir. Okay. Is there any other staff or counselor updates? Or board members?
Only thing I've got is, that's not what I got in hand. A while back, we talked about the draft that the Board of Adjustments gave to the city council, that part of it they didn't like, so none of it passed. It was, an amendment, I believe, to chapter 48 of the municipal code. there's a section in there. I would like to have that put back on the agenda so we can all read it and become familiar with it and discuss it again.
Are you, Miss Jackie?
We put it back on the agenda for Board of Adjustment with some suggested changes to it.
Okay.
Based on reading the minutes, and we thought what the concerns were.
Okay.
Why it wasn't passed last time, to see if we can soften it a bit, but still accomplish what we were trying to do with, being consistent and fair with vacant and abandoned buildings.
Okay, so they're gonna have a meeting and they're gonna get
So I
back to
put it
it.
on the Board of Adjustment agenda, if that's okay with you, and we can hatch it out.
If it's okay with them. I heard the chairman say the last time she was here that it was not her job, that if they had attempted to write it, they would like for us to look at it.
Oh, well, I was gonna take it to planning after that, planning board, because it does have to do with our land development code. If they do a recommendation and vet it through everybody, is that acceptable?
It doesn't matter to me, as long as it doesn't fall through the cracks.
Okay.
Cause it's,
So you
been
accept-
3 years already.
Yes, you accept that they're going to review it, and then you're not gonna let it fall through the cracks, you're gonna get back to us so we can put it on the agenda and try to deal with it.
As long as Board of Adjustment hasn't, they haven't had a meeting in a long time, so
I know
yes.
that.
As long as they're planning to have a meeting and they're gonna go forward with it.
We have a couple variances, and
Okay.
we have this, but if it's okay with you, if I can take it also to planning first?
If that's the appropriate
If
thing to
that's
do.
all right. Well, it's part of it'd be part of our code, so if they can look at it too, and then do a joint recommendation.
That's fine, I just, like I said, don't want it to fall through the cracks.
No, no problem.
I'll hang on to this for later. That's all I have, sir.
All right. Anybody else have any?
President, just keep it one moment. I'm having some technical difficulties with the screen, so I apologize about that.
Is it blacking out?
It did, it timed out, that's exactly what it did.
Mhm. I presume that also means the ones in the hallway
Yeah.
is blacking out.
No, just this screen.
Okay, can we all move to the hallway?
Hey, we have motion.
Yeah.
Whatever you want.
I want to sit right here.
And I would point out that the next item doesn't have any backup, so we could actually do it if you wanted to.
Are you talking about old business, item B?
I am, sir.
Okay, while
Totally up to you.
Aaron works on this, we're gonna move ahead. Is there anything else on the counselor, staff, or board updates? Okay, moving ahead. Item B, discussion. Aaron, you will tell me if this is not going to change. This is not going to change, I need to know.
It will change if she gets
Okay.
connected to it.
Discussion with possible action, Block 12 cleanup. This is from Counselor Jones.
It's actually from Ms. Brannon, and I'd like for her to join us at the podium if she will. At our last meeting, y'all heard her plea, and I think I just want to acknowledge for the public that the reason we didn't discuss it at that meeting is because it wasn't on the agenda. As you said tonight, if something's not on the agenda, we can't have action on it. That's why it's on the agenda tonight, so that we can consider it. I know we heard from her that they'd like to give a global cleanup to the outside of the facades that we're looking at. As she said, something as simple as pressure washing and paint. I think that's an excellent idea. I think that we should, between ourselves and possibly the CRA, be able to find some dollars to do that. If nothing else, we've got fireworks money that we didn't use, that we could possibly move to that source. We would obviously need the permission of the business owners to do that. Surely they would love to see it clean as we would. You know? we're gonna hope for the best. And Ms. Brandon's actually done some research since our last meeting, and I'm gonna let her add it here, if you will.
Thank you, Mrs. Jones. Good evening, I'm Sharon Brannon, and I just wanted to say that after the brief presentation and public participation at the last meeting, I have been inundated with phone calls and thank yous for trying to get this project going again. And one particular email that I wanted to read from a family that lives here in Williston that I received the other day. Last Saturday, I picked up the Williston Pioneer and read the comments about the disgraceful conditions in the downtown heart of this city, across from City Hall of all places. I couldn't have agreed more, as prior to reading the article, we walked around the block and in front of Pizza Hut and Lane's Yardware, where we found it equally as bad with thick coats of dust and cobwebs on the business windows. We also, like you and I'm sure many others, find the conditions of the downtown area a deplorable disgrace to the tax-paying local residents. Unfortunately, these same conditions existed much the same, but have only gotten considerably worse going back to when my family moved here back in 1968. So we have a lot of people that are behind this and a lot of support that's come back out. And I've personally spoken to a few members of the CRA, which are also here this evening, and this exact thing is on their agenda for Monday night for discussion as well. But my brief conversation with some of the members is we are all on the same page with this. So we have the backing of the citizens, we have the backing of the business owners, we have the hopefully the potential backing after Monday of the CRA meeting if everybody's on board. Now I'm here to ask for the backup of the council. At this point, I did just roughly, I have some clients and people that I know that I was able to obtain some estimates for pressure washing and painting. They are very rough because the scope hasn't been determined yet. Is it just the front? Is it the back? Is, you know, with the, there's so many different pieces of siding on there. There's brick, there's cement, there's 3 or 4 different types of siding on there. So options are to pressure wash it down back to the brick or leave it as it is and just paint the whole thing. But it seems like for somewhere in the neighborhood of $20,000 that this project could come to fruition. And depending whether it's, I was thinking in 2 phases maybe. Everything nowadays seems to be going in phases. So phase 1 could just be just the front, the sidewalks, the buildings, and paint for the pressure washing. 2 painting estimates that I had, one was $4,000, one was $6,400, and I got one estimate that was for all of it together, and it was about $19,000 for both. So they're very, very rough. I'm not holding any of these people to anything. I just wanted to kind of come with a number between 0 and whatever, just to see what kind of ballpark we're in. It's not an outrageous request. This is something that immediately is going to make an impact on this downtown. It is embarrassing. It is a disgrace. I agree with these people, and we're getting a lot of support right now. So now it's up to you to see if we have some sort of financial backing, maybe between you and maybe between CRA, if that is discussed on Monday, and maybe we can all come to some consensus. It shouldn't take that long. The biggest thing is to get permission from the owners. And why wouldn't they agree if someone just has offered to pressure wash your building and paint it? Why wouldn't they? So I'm hoping Jackie's building a rapport with some of the people on there, and maybe some phone calls and sweet talk might be able to start moving this project forward. But I don't think it's outrageous. I think it's something that we could do, and I think every single person in this town is going to be thrilled to see some action on that. So, yes.
I didn't want to interrupt you. I just wanted to know I had a question. So when you said you had the support of the business owners, you were not talking about the business owners on Block 12. Is that correct? Okay. Have you...
She's heard from some of them.
Thank you. Have you had conversations with most of them or a few of them? How would you...
No, because I didn't feel like it was my place to address them. In a brief conversation I had with Jackie, she said if the council requested that she contact them, that would be for her to do.
Okay, so the first order of business is, does the council want to spend the money on private businesses? And the second order is, if the council wants to spend the money on private businesses, do we want to instruct the planner to negotiate with them to allow them, to ask them to allow us to do it? Is that accurate?
No, sir.
Okay, please correct me.
So the CRA has come up with this grand plan for the downtown. They're not asking the council to fund that either, but this is an interim thing. I know we don't want to necessarily get into the business of helping other businesses renovate by any means. This is specifically to this block in the downtown to make it presentable. And and maybe it's possible that the businesses would put in some of their own money. I don't know, but I do know at this point how bad it is. I'm willing to put in my own money to get someone out there to pressure wash and paint. Okay, I'm speaking on behalf of a lot of residents here, and somebody needs to step up and do something. It is deplorable. People drive through our town. Why would they stop here? I mean, it's their, and maybe it would even bring some interest in renting some of those buildings and getting it filled up if it didn't look like that. Who in the world would rent something like that? So, in the grand scheme of what the CRA is wanting to do and what we want our downtown to do, yes, we need to take a stand, and it's not an outrageous amount of money, and yes, I think the city needs to step up between the city and the CRA to come up with what we need to make our downtown presentable.
I have another comment and question.
Yes.
You have been around probably longer than I have, and so you are certainly aware that past city planners have had plans for that area over and over. We've gotten grants for that area, and we could never seem to get the owners together to accept them. You are aware of that, right?
Yes, I am.
It is not something that we have totally ignored as a council or as a city. We have tried to help that building multiple times.
And maybe it's down to maybe some of them don't have the money, maybe they don't have the interest, maybe they don't give a care, I don't know. But if it didn't cost them anything for pressure washing and painting, and maybe it would help stimulate, maybe if we say, okay, if you put in 300, 400, 500, 200, anything, then the city will match it. Yes, there are grants and other things, and that's what the CRA has been working on to do, to move forward with the plan that the CRA has to provide grants and so forth. But this is just a simple paint and pressure wash. And the other thing I want to say is, and this gets back to code enforcement when this went through. As chair of code enforcement, I can't tell you how frustrating this whole process was to rewrite this code. And we're not in the business of rewriting code. We are not code writers. We are not professionals. We are not lawyers. And the people on our code enforcement group, we're lay people. And we shouldn't be the ones having to rewrite the code. And we need some professional help to do that. We're just citizens. We're just carrying people on a board, and we were given that task to write code. And you know, maybe that's part of the reason that it wasn't that it didn't go through. And yes, it should be separated between residential and businesses. And the biggest question from other people that I get, and I agree with, is, shouldn't there be some sort of minimum code for businesses to have a business? If you're going to have a business in our city, you need to meet minimum standards, and nobody out there is doing that. So our code is messed up. Why do some of these buildings in town look the way they do? Because our code allows it. Well, yeah, you let laymen like us write the code. This thing is so old, it's never been redone. We're not qualified to do it. We shouldn't be the ones having to do that. Yes, there should absolutely be a minimum requirement, a minimum look, some standards for crying out loud to be able to have a business here, and we have nothing. Something has to be done about that.
Okay.
Okay, so if we are even halfway amenable to doing this, You know, if we know there was some conversation about having volunteers do it, we know that's not a good idea. I believe that if we're going to have it done, it's gonna have to come from us. And I agree with Ms. Brannon, if we go and tell them we want to pressure wash and paint their building, is that okay with you? Even if you have to walk door to door, I think they'll say, oh, that would be great.
You need to have something official, because
Me too.
if we go,
We need to have our
start
paper.
pressure washing, something happens, they're gonna say, oh,
Yeah, we do
Here
need
we
for
go.
them to sign an agreement, you know, that they've agreed for us to do it. And that we're simply going to take down the vines and remove the bushes, the
Mow the
growth,
roof.
and that we're gonna pressure wash, not that we're gonna scrape it necessarily down to the brick, and then that we're going to paint. There was conversation too, just between the two of us, whether or not we paint all one color. I thought the businesses might actually like to be distinctive and have a different color. And the CRA actually had architectural guidelines that had 3 or 4 colors in them that they would like to see in the downtown area. They were all muted colors, the greens, the blues, the yellows. It never passed. It's just a guideline. It's not an ordinance, or it's a guideline. If you look for it, you'll find architectural guidelines. If they don't want it all one color, offer them those choices and let them choose which color they want. Make it easy for them. I think it's money well spent. I do agree that
She
it's
is
private property.
trying to comment when you're ready.
A couple things, we've been working on this for a year and a half. And we.
And it'll be another year.
I get it, I'm just
Mhm.
saying, well, we were delayed a little bit, so we're
Right.
back on full force with Block 12 being on our, on our agenda to get done.
Right.
The facade and the parking lot is in our budget. Now, what's happened is, if you're gonna do $20,000 in paint.
And you say our, you mean CRA?
CRA.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I apologize.
No, that's all right.
One of the challenges that we have is if we do a facade grant, which is the appropriate, method to
Thank you,
make
Erin.
this happen. You can't hear me, Angela?
If we use the facade grant, which is the process everybody follows for getting their storefronts or their homes repainted in this area, $20,000 is a great amount of money to match. That was one of the challenges we had, and when I get all these business owners together to speak to them about it, is how would they fund their share? As you know, we have roof repair that has to be done, otherwise no one can occupy. With that, we were looking for low-interest loans to try and offer for not only Block 12, but anyone in the Sierra District interested in doing renovations and a facade grant. So $20,000 would have been a great contribution towards the match. We have an RFQ out right now that is due on the 10th for our architect. What that architect is going to be assisting the CRA with is doing takeoff, so what it's going to cost to do the stucco and the change on the front and do the roof, and last glance at our parking lot before we move forward. All of this has been happening this year and a half, and we're almost to that point of getting it done. If you want to go in and pressure wash, and if you instruct me to do that, our CRA does, absolutely will do it. I just feel like we're throwing good money after bad, because we're going to have to come up with, very soon, the money to get this facade completed. That's all I'm pointing out, is it's on our radar. This is not something that we've been dragging our feet on. We've been moving very quick on this, so that's one.
I don't think a year and a half, that's very quick.
Well, I understand.
And it could be another year and a half. Yeah.
And
Easily.
I'll ask Doc if you would like to speak
To this, but we have been,
I mean, I've been to most of your meetings, so I do know that. I'm just trying to look for some short-term fix.
And here's the.
Cap it.
Here's the problem with that, and part of the reason this hasn't gone through, we get the momentum going and then it falls, and we get the momentum going and then it falls. If you think it's gonna be easy to get these people on board to borrow money and get a loan and have to start making payments versus let's clean this up while we're at it, that's not gonna be money wasted, because ultimately, those plans, as gorgeous as they are, that is years out before that's going to be able to even be started. And why do we have to continue to look at this? If it's not, that's great. But it's been 30 years that I've been here, and I've about had 29 too many of those.
I will do as I'm instructed. The second thing we have to do is get waivers from all the businesses to be able to do
That's
it,
what I
but
said.
if that's what you asked us to do,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that. I just hoping that people that were following the CRA understand the difficulties we've had getting to the point we are now. I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that we've not ignored this. We've put a lot of hours into this, trying to get it moving forward. So we felt good that we're right there. We're very close to having it ready to get all the owners together and get them to move forward. We've developed the marketing plan, we've developed the incentives, we've done all of the small things that you don't see to try and present to them to make them understand it will be worth their while to move forward with changing Block 12, based on the concepts that we have and working with us to revitalize, because that's what CRA is all about, is revitalizing. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, but absolutely we'll do as we're asked.
And logistically, I mean, I think this is a great idea, and nothing would please me more, but logistically, we're still years out for people getting loans, getting grants, getting money, finishing the architectural plans, getting everybody on board, dealing with the ones that may not be on board. You're years out from that. I'm looking for immediate results to something that would change right away the look of this downtown and make it doable until this plan can actually come to fruition.
Any other member of the council have any comment on this matter? Council first, sir. Yes, Vice President Hitt.
I don't really know where to start. There's probably more questions than answers, but first, Ms. Brandon, I appreciate you being here and commenting on this. I think it is a huge issue. We've known it is, and I appreciated your comments last meeting. But once again, you know, with it not being an agenda item, it wasn't something we could really address. And secondly, to that point, I prefer to at least have it on the agenda so that the business owners and the property owners over there had an opportunity to see we were going to discuss it. They may be in the other room. I don't see any in here that I know of, but you know, we'll be careful how I say this, but I will say there are some business owners over there. Keep in mind, there's multiple property owners. There's also multiple business owners that may own or they may rent. Some have tried. Others have clearly not tried at all. I think we kind of end up with a mixed bag over there, and when you start talking about paint and facade, you know, some of it's brick, some of it's stucco over bricks. It's just, I don't even know where to begin other than to say, let's do something. I agree. You know, take the building right on the corner. I'd almost hate to see that painted, the brick that's there, but at the same time, the only way to make it match everything else is going to be to paint it. So I don't know how you answer these questions. I think it's very important. I think obviously the citizens have voiced their opinions on it. We've addressed the fact that it is private property and it's going to have to be dealt with accordingly and in a proper manner. But, you know, I appreciate the fact that citizens want it to look better. I want it to look better. I'm not sure how we get there, but Ms. Gorman has worked very hard on this. It was very frustrating at the meeting where the unveiling was. It seemed like we had just as many negative comments as we did positive, and it all was mostly around it's going to take forever, it's going to cost too much money, they're not going to do it. But it was a vision and it was a direction, and I think it was great, and I hope we do get there one day. It may take some time, so I'm willing to discuss anything we need to in the interim, but I think we need the private property owners to get involved, try to help us, figure out what it's going to cost. I just don't know how you go over there and say we're just going to paint that whole block. It may happen, but...
Tonight, as a goal, I was thinking if we could at least get council approval to have Ms. Gorman contact them, make the initial approach, let them know what we're thinking about. Are you on board if this doesn't cost you anything to get it pressure washed and cleaned and get the downtown looking good while still moving forward with this project? So we're not looking for a decision tonight, we're looking for maybe consensus from the council to give Jackie permission to move forward in contacting them. And then if it comes back that they're agreeable, heck yeah, wash and paint my building,
Come to my house.
then we'll know.
Counselor?
I agree. I think we need to have Jackie contact them. Let's get this ball rolling. The facade, everything else is not going to be around the corner. We've already seen that. However, something needs to be done. I mean, it's depressing just to look at that place. Somewhere to start. Get Jackie involved, get the approval of those business owners, the landowners. Talk to them about the pressure washing, maybe painting. We need to get something going on it now.
Okay, thank you.
An immediate fix is something that could take a long time.
Your Honor.
No one would like to see something changed over there more than I would. And I hate to throw a wet blanket on this, but I'm going to caution the council. You're talking about city dollars. You're talking about tax dollars from other businesses. These are private owners over there in Block 12, as the President and Vice President stated, and everyone knows that. And if you commit city dollars, city tax dollars from other businesses to do this for Block 12, what are you going to say when Drummond Bank comes up here and say, I want you to pressure wash mine. I want you to paint my building, or Capital City, or McDonald's, or Hardy, or any other business within the city limits. And I caution you about using city tax dollars for this purpose. If the CRA wants to do it, that's in their purview. But I do not think it is in the purview of the city to use their tax dollars to do this on Block 12.
Mr. Mayor,
That's it.
if I can comment on that.
Please.
The reason that we're having to do this is because our code is inept. Our code is ineffective. Our code doesn't work. That's why these businesses look like that. Drummond Bank, Capital City Bank, and a lot of these other businesses on Main Street, they don't have that problem. We're only talking about the businesses limiting it to Block 12 because our code doesn't work. We're not managing it. We have nothing, but we as citizens have no recourse because our code says that's okay. And over the years, as much as we've tried to change it, everyone's accepted it. It's the way it is. Well, times are changing, and we have to make a change. We have to change our code. That's going to take time. This is a fix, and I don't know exactly the details, but I believe the city gets some of the CRA money. I don't know how much. I don't know what it's for. Consider taking the money that you got from the CRA and using it for a CRA project strictly related to Block 12, which is what the CRA is limited to. That's how you get away from that, from limiting it to a project that we already have with money that you got from the CRA, put it back into it.
Your Honor.
May I ask Mr. Coberlin if you're on the line of question?
Hang on.
Okay.
Okay, Fred, you're on the line. Go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Coberline, this proposal here, can it be limited to one block? If others came and requested the same thing for their businesses, even though it's not in the same block, can it legally be limited?
Mayor, it can be. It would be very difficult to be that intensive on the findings of why that block is more of a public purpose for these funds than another block. What you generally see for this type of blight is a facade grant, which I believe has been proposed in the past, and I don't know the reasons behind that program or not, but that's generally what you would see as a facade grant of some type that would allow these funds for applicants.
Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, I have one other question. If it was not limited legally, and someone else in the city came and say, I wanted my business pressure washed and I wanted it painted like on Block 12, how should the council respond to that?
again, that's where the difficulty lies, is developing this program so that you can intensively set out the findings and the purposes so that you are not alleged to be discriminating down the road.
And how long would it take for this thing to get done that you're speaking about? This limitation to make it legal, how long would it take to get that done?
Well, I believe it's going to be incumbent on the growth management department or the planning department to develop what the findings are that distinguishes Block 12 from any other block in the city. And then the city council to review those findings and adopt them and to develop a plan to appropriate the public funds to that one block which has specific findings. If the planning department is not able to differentiate that block from another block and so on, then the plan is never going to get off the ground. To answer your question as duration, I would defer to the planning department on the amount of time, and then I would suggest approximately 4 weeks to draft something that with the meetings with the plan.
Ms. Gorman has comments.
If I may, while Fred's on the phone, Fred, this is CRA, money, so it would have to be in accordance with our CRA plan. And our CRA plan has put the process of using facade grants as the fair way to move forward with doing facade improvements. Does that make sense to you, Fred? I can't draft anything that's gonna go against the CRA plan. Hang on a minute. Our CRA plan has Block 12 in there as a priority, and it's in our budget. Are you saying that we could do a separate ordinance that would override that? We can't use city funds or CRA funds on anything outside the CRA plan. Am I making sense to you?
Well, that microphone is cutting in and out as well as the podium microphone, but what I understand you to say is that Block 12 is already incorporated in the city redevelopment plan, which is the plan of the CRA. And I believe that to be accurate, and if that is what you are referencing, then I would agree that we should not be looking at a separate ordinance from the city council that would usurp anything in the community redevelopment plan.
Thank you.
Once we have the CRA meeting on Monday night and they have a chance to discuss it and we can see how much is in the CRA budget, they could, from what I understand, allocate funds from the CRA.
Right, for a match on the facade, yes.
No, I'm talking about money that's in the CRA now for the paint and pressure wash.
Right, that's what I'm saying, that's part of the facade grant is what the CRA has in place.
And one other thing that...
Can I comment about facade grants before you go any further?
Mm-hmm.
We've had facade grants for 10 to 15 years. I think we may have done 4 or 5. There's something we can't seem to sell to our business owners, or not to our business owners, to our property owners. Business owners are all sold, they're ready to do it. What happens is, though, as you know, they have to pay the money up front, and they have to match, it's a 50-50 match. And we normally want to see receipts before we give them a 50% back. If I remember right, that's the way it has worked in the past. And that's the problem. People don't have it. Even if it's $1,200 to pressure wash and paint their one particular building, they'd have to put the $600 up front. And yes, if we could convince them to do the facade grant, but you want it all to be the same. So you're really not wanting to do it now. You're wanting to do it all together at the same time.
No. I'll do what I'm asked to do. I think my concern was,
the plan though.
we have a challenge of trying to help these property owners come up with their match. One of the things that we've done is we've done the incentives that's going to put value on that block, that's going to make them want to do what needs to be done on the plan because it's going to escalate the value of their business in the long
I
run if they want
understand
to
that, but
sell.
they still have to have 50% of the money we'll have to have 100% of the money up
Right,
front in order to
and-
do the work to get the 50% back.
So I.
That's the issue.
Yes, and I think if there's gonna be any fundraising for any pressure washing, and Doc Schwebert's here, he can maybe chime in, but it might be that we can do a 50-50 facade grant just to clean up for now. And the fundraising would come up on the property owner side to assist them in the match. If the CRA wants to expend their TIP funds for that. Money's tight right now,
So
so.
I wasn't asking for TIF funds. That's why I'm
But-
talking to the city council, not the CRA.
And there's one
But,
last thing that's maybe an option too, is, putting out a GoFundMe for this, because I think there would be a lot of people donating money to see a change right here, right now. So,
But without the property owner's permission, regardless if you got $1 million, you can't touch their
that's
building.
correct.
That's why we wanted Jackie to
And
go and get
that's what
those
we were
there.
hoping
So,
that we can get.
Jackie,
Let's go back to
please
that.
correct me if I'm wrong, but you have been contacting those property owners. This isn't something that we have to tell you to go do. You have been doing that, is that
Yes.
correct?
I've been working with them, yes.
Okay, how many have you not been able to contact?
Surely it's
I have spoken to all property owners, trying to encourage them in the fact that we're gonna be coming to them with a meeting soon and some numbers. Most of them are concerned with how much is it gonna cost me and how long it's gonna take. So that's where we were when COVID started, and now we're trying to regroup again to get back with them and get an architect on board to help us generate numbers. That's where we're at. They all wanna know what's it gonna cost, the return on the investment, and the time frame. And that's what we're trying to work to do. Now, there's no problem with contacting them and saying, hey, can we do a temporary fix to try and get you guys cleaned up a little bit for the community? But again, we gotta understand, I gotta get their approval, I gotta get their waivers, and we have to find out what the cost is gonna be and how we're gonna fund it legally. Whether it's city funds or if it's TIF funds, and
Okay.
that's up to CRA board.
I'm going to state here now that I share the mayor's concern. CRA funds, by all means, that's what the CRA is for. But when we go down the slippery slope of putting city funds on the private businesses, I don't know where you stop. I agree that something needs to be done, but I just consider it a slippery slope to start putting city taxpayer funds on private businesses, because I see red flags everywhere. So that's just my opinion.
And I will go back to what Ms. Brown said about the monies that are taken from the TIF fund by the city.
And I'm unaware of that. So
I sat in on their budget meeting the other day, so I am aware of it.
Okay.
And I think there may be some dollars there that we could give back for that purpose.
I can't address that. Without knowledge, I can't speak to it.
I can't bet.
Our TIF funds is a combination of county and city funds that's put into the TIF fund to sponsor the objectives of our CRA plan for revitalizing the downtown. That's what you have to use it for. It has to be in your plan. The facade grant program was established to be fair to all and equitable to all who needed to use it. We can always go back and look at it again and make it a little easier if that seems to be the problem. I've not had one, I don't think I've had one since I've been here. But, there's interest, and we want to advertise it too, but I don't think a lot of people are aware of it.
They are.
But that's a fair and consistent way of using the funds without picking and choosing or doing, us having future problems.
So I'm a little confused.
So-
Councilor Jones, if you could enlighten me, because on one hand, I'm hearing that the TIF, T-I-F-F,
Tax increment financing.
okay, the tax increment financing funds, I hate acronyms.
Yeah.
That the city is taking money from the CRA.
No, part of, when the assessment of the building goes up,
Okay,
And of course, what's different from the county, they give back to us. Well, the city portion also goes up, and it comes back to us as well. So it's the portion of the city tax as well as the portion of the county tax.
What does that have to do with the CRA funds?
Because it goes to the TIF.
If I may.
Please.
Back when the CRA was created, all property taxes froze as far as how much the county could keep. Any improvements in property from that point on came back into the TIF fund. 95%. Yes. 95%. So any improvement to any property from the time the CRA was created, 95% of that tax money went into the tax increment financing fund. And that money is what supports the CRA plan and
The county portion and the city portion.
County and
it's that city portion we're talking about.
Right.
And so I'm going to ask again, are you saying that the city is making a profit from the CRA TIF fund?
No.
No.
So how are we supposed to take that money and put it back in if we are not getting it and making a profit on it?
If we didn't have the TIF, the county would be keeping their part and the city would be keeping their part.
Right.
That's how that works. These are contributions into the tax increment for the CRA district projects, is what that is.
Okay.
And if the property was assessed, let's say at $100,000, and we got $2,000 from the county back and 200 from the city, it's that 200 portion that I'm talking about.
Where did the 2,000 from the county go? To the CRA?
To the CRA. It all went to the CRA.
Including the 200?
Exactly.
So we don't have the 200?
No, we don't, but it shows as a city portion.
But we don't have it?
The CRA has it, yes, that's
right?
correct.
So what is this conversation about we can take the funds that we have?
I didn't say take, I said use. There's a difference. If the
CRA is
I said if the
control of
CRA
those
was
funds.
in agreement, they could possibly use the city portion of
Okay,
that.
I've heard it. Thank you.
And it's totally up to them.
Okay, I'm fine, thank you. So we are on item B, discussion with possible action, Block 12 cleanup, brought to us by Councilor Jones. We have had lots of discussion. We have no kind of motions. Do we have a motion on this particular item?
Rather than a motion, what I would ask is that we have consensus to have Ms. Gorman go do what she's gonna do anyway, is get consensus from the business owners.
So you're
She's gotta
asking
do that
for-
anyway for the
Yes.
other project.
You're asking for consensus from the council to instruct the city planner to continue to diligently work with the owners and the business people of Block 12 in an effort to help us help them clean up and improve their building.
I'll start with that, it's exactly what I'm asking.
Does everybody understand her
Which
request?
costs nothing but her time.
Is there anybody that rejects this request? Mrs. Gorman, I don't need to repeat this, correct? We have for many years, in spite of the accusations and the slander that has been made against us for many years, we have attempted in every way we can to improve that building. We have tried to help the owners, we have tried to approach the businesses, we have looked for grants. We will continue to do so, and I'm sure with your capable abilities, you will get something accomplished. Okay? Thank you.
I think that itself is a step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Item 5, new business, discussion. Where are you, mouse? Discussion with possible action, reduction of code enforcement lien on property located at 18 Southeast 2nd Avenue, Nicola Powell and Deborah Turncoat.
Good evening.
Hi, did I get the name right?
Almost.
Of course I didn't murder it.
What is the Nicola?
Nicola Powell.
It is Nicola.
Nicola, yes.
Nikolai?
Nicola.
Nikolai. beautiful sounding name, but
Thank
it's hard to
you.
pronounce for me. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm here to ask forgiveness for the code enforcement liens that were placed on my property located at 18 Southeast 2nd Avenue here in Williston. Following my purchase of this property, my husband and I have cleaned up and properly disposed of quite a few truckloads of trash. We have removed everything potentially hazardous and have successfully tamed the excessive vegetation. Code Enforcement Officer Wayne Carson has determined the necessary work has been completed to his satisfaction. Having now saved the home for future restoration, my intention in moving forward is to sell the property to Mrs. Deborah Semper and her husband David, with whom I have a purchase agreement contingent upon the liens being forgiven. This house has much potential, and restored to its original beauty will add value to the immediate neighborhood and therefore to the city of Williston. Your decision to forgive the liens this evening will allow the restoration and improvement to become a reality. The city will benefit as the property will no longer be somewhat of an eyesore, but instead will be a moderately priced option for a family to move to the area and contribute to the local economy and community. If I may now introduce Deborah Turcott. She can, I believe, better articulate her plans for if you decide to forgive the lien. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mayor, President, council members. My name is Deborah Turcott, and I am a resident of Archer. I can see the Williston line from my house, but I'm not quite in it. Much to our dismay most days. But I'm here because we would like to purchase the property, as Ms. Powell has said to you. Would love to answer any questions that you have about our intentions for the property, what my background is, both with home renovations and my professional background, which I almost hate to bring up after the last conversation, started with downtown revitalization and economic development. It is where my background started, and so wanted to answer questions if it would help you understand what we would be doing in the future. I respect and honor your perspective and the decisions that you have to make sure that the city is protected, that investments are properly made in the community, and how our plans would actually be additive to the community over time and enhance the value of that particular street and neighborhood. So if I can answer any questions, I would like to do that.
How much is the lien?
The lien is over $60,000, if I remember correctly at this point. It's been
60?
60. It was levied, I think, in 2017, if I'm correct. And on previous owners, home went to tax deed sale. Ms. Powell acquired it at tax deed sale. Ever since the day in 2017, it has been gaining a daily rate of, I believe, about $50 a day. And so at this point, it makes it nearly impossible to invest in the home and be able to sell it if one is to pay both the liens and renovate the home so it's a productive home for the community again. Hence the reason for asking for forgiveness of the liens. We, as people who do this type of work on antique homes, know that that's just not financially feasible to do that and be able to sell the home again to a home, someone who can afford it.
Your Honor, is this one of the homes that we...
Yes. The daily fine on it started on February 26, 2017. The lien was filed on March 6, 2018. The amount of the lien as of June 30th, 2020 is $56,450,000. So at the time of Ms. Powell's purchase, she should have been aware of the lien at that particular time.
So what I'm confused about, Mr. Coberlin, maybe you can help us if the mayor cannot, is how the property was sold with a lien against it.
Good question.
Yeah, exactly.
How, Mr. Coberlin, could this have happened after all of our effort to go with the foreclosure process which should have prohibited the sale of property with a lien against it.
Well, yes, it may happen. It happens all the time, Mr. President. The purchaser takes the property subject to the lien. And that's why this purchaser is here. This purchaser purchased that property, and the lien has carried on with the property.
So maybe I'm a little confused. Are you telling me that if a property has a lien against it, it can be sold, and the lien just follows the property, that the lien does not enter into the closing of the property?
That is correct. If the lien is properly recorded in the public records, then the purchaser is presumed to take the property subject to any lien. For example, my residence has a mortgage on it and it's properly recorded, therefore there's a lien on my residence. If you buy it tomorrow at a tax deed sale or privately with me, you take it subject to a lien. This purchaser has advised you that I believe they wish to sell the property, and the purchaser is aware that there is a lien, and the sale is contingent on the removal of that lien. And so that's the normal course of how a property is sold, or that's the more educated course of how a property is purchased and sold.
Okay, so I'm going to ask this just to get this straight in my poor feeble mind. Had we foreclosed on the property prior to you purchasing it?
No.
It's not a foreclosure, it's a tax deed sale.
We filed a foreclosure.
We have not yet.
No.
No. They're different.
Yes, sir, I just received the, information back from Levy Abstract and Title on all those properties. That's something we had to do with a lien search. So we've done that, and we just got it back.
Yeah.
Pardon me, I thought since we talked about it a month ago that it was done. Obviously, we're not as informed as we would like to be.
Oh, that's.
Okay, so you have property, it has a lien from us for code enforcement only, and the lien has not been filed by the city on this property.
It has, it was filed. Was filed in on,
The lien has, but the foreclosure has not.
Correct.
Correct.
We just haven't foreclosed. I go and do a search to.
Okay.
I have a question for Ms. Powell. Did you have any title search done on the property?
I did not, Mrs. Turcott did.
That's how she found the lien. But if you had, you would have done it as well.
The liens were actually public records.
Yes, they were, but your title search would have found it if you had had one.
She was aware of it because the lien was recorded 2 years prior to her purchasing.
It is in the official records on the property.
And you knew it when you bought it?
Purchased it at the time.
That was my question. Did you know the lien was there when you bought the property?
Yes,
Okay.
May I dare to ask what the amount of the lien was when you bought the property?
I did not know the exact amount, my mathematical skills not that good. I did see the date in, 2017 and the $50 a day amount.
And as the 2017, and you chose to ignore the liens and the accumulation for 3 years?
I purchased the property in February of this year.
Of this year?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I may, the liens were not levied against Ms. Powell, so I want to be really clear.
Right.
Ms. Powell assumed the property through a tax deed sale, and that tax deed sale allowed her to take what's basically called a tax deed on the property. Now, in order for anything to happen with that property, someone needs to invest money into it. In order for that property, right now it has no public utilities. There's no water running to it, there's no electricity, so right now it is useless to your tax rolls sitting there empty. And so my goal, and my husband's goal, would be to invest in the property, to invest in Williston. Right, we can't do a period restoration on the house because of what's been done to it, but to make it look really nice and make sure a family can get into that home. And when that happens, then it will be on the tax roll as soon as another transaction takes place. And the assessed value will go up because we'll improve it. And over the course of time, the city will benefit from an improved tax value, assessed value on the house and the taxes that we will pay and the subsequent owners.
Okay.
The question that we are asking is if you would consider reducing the lien or forgiving it entirely so that financial investment can be made into that home at this point in
I
time.
think we understand that,
Okay.
Your Honor.
How long would it take as far as the tax on the property to come up to $56,450? How many years?
A long time,
A long time, yeah.
probably 70 years based on your tax rate.
70 years?
The taxes on that property
Yeah,
are probably
probably
around,
$800,
yeah,
I'd say.
$800 to
Yeah.
$1,200, depending on the value of the improvements that we would put in. So it would take a long time. I think the challenge is if the lien is not forgiven and the property sits idle, I'm not sure who would want to invest in that property because it's financially not feasible then at that point to invest in that particular home in its state.
I think Vice President Hitt has his pin up.
Yeah, just a couple comments. So
Sure.
we've dealt with this a couple times in the last year or two. The last few we've had the buyer, along with the seller, have come to us kind of during the process to determine if we'll forgive or reduce the lien for their purchase and to get it in compliance. And I know some of us, me included, have stated, I mean, our primary goal here is to get the property back in compliance, get it back on the tax roll. This situation is a little different just because Mrs. Powell bought it subject to the lien. But at the end of the day, I don't want to undermine code enforcement and all the things that go into that, but we've had this conversation, here we go again. $57,000 worth of fines. She paid $5,700 for it. It's either gonna sit there and nothing's ever gonna happen, we're gonna have to take it back and do something with it. Or we're gonna have to at least reduce or not forgive the fine and let somebody put it back to work. Okay. And so, my question is for Mr. Carson, is it in compliance now?
It is in compliance, and what's going to end up happening is we're going to foreclose on it. We're going to have to make a decision whether we're going to collapse the building and sell a piece of land. She's got a dynamite idea like so many others do around here, and unfortunately, it's one of those things that has happened, but we've got a whole sheet load.
So, to complete my comments on it, I'll say this. This is my background for work somewhat, but I don't think the city needs to be in the property ownership business on these type of properties. My goal is to get them back in compliance and get them back on the tax roll. I don't like to look at this as that we're giving up $56,000 or whatever that number may be, whatever we decide to, but I choose to look at it as it's $56,000 or $7,000 we're never going to get. And if we have to own this property, we're not going to get $56,000 for it. So, don't want to go down the road of talking about code enforcement, how we get these huge numbers, and maybe we need to talk about a cap or something down the road. But my personal position is, if we've got somebody who's cleaned it up, put it back to use, the property can be salvaged, it's within compliance now, that to me is our goal. If you think we're giving up any money, I would at least require or request that we try to get the administrative costs, which we've done before. Beyond that number, I don't know what basis we would even use to find a reduced number. So I would say we at least should try to get our administrative costs.
Is that it?
That's it.
I will recognize you in a minute, but I just need to point something out to the council. In the previous times that we reduced the liens, as to the best of my knowledge, these were occupants, people that owned the property and had let it fall into disrepair, and it was beyond their means, and they found someone to buy it that was going to fix it up. Here, it seems, unless I am missing something again, we have a different circumstance. Mrs. Powell, Miss, I need to write these things down. Okay, Mrs. Powell, you purchased this property, and I've heard the number for $5,700 at a tax lien at the courthouse, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so the road we're going down now is people can come, they can purchase property at a tax lien sale at the courthouse and come to us and expect us to help them make a profit by turning that property over and forgiving all of the liens against the property. This is a different set of values here that is my concern. When we head down this slippery slope, I don't know where to stop. It is one thing if you are a property owner and you have fallen onto hard times and you have your property has went back. It is another if you're an investor and you have liens. I think that there needs to be more than just those amounts. I haven't asked you what profit you're going to make. It's none of my business, but clearly you're going to turn a profit on this property. And my concern is that this is the road that we're going down, in which investors can come in, buy heavily lien property, and then come to the city council who has, because we have a big heart, we have reduced those liens or let them go almost completely, and suddenly we are no longer dealing with what our intentions were, which was homeowners in distress, but rather investors turning a profit, and I have serious concerns with the direction this is headed. Your Honor, I yield the floor to you, sir.
We've discussed this here previously, and the council has come to the conclusion, voted on it unanimously, if I'm not mistaken, to foreclose on all these properties, if I am correct. And I agree exactly with what the president said. If you want to reduce the lien somewhat, then that's fine. But if you forgive this lien, and some investor comes, like the president pointed out, and they come in here and they stand, forgive this lien, because we're going to do la-da-da-da-da-da-da-da, just like the lady said, then why are we going through these motions? Why are we going through this expense? Why are we even filing liens, and why are we fining these people? Because it means absolutely nothing in the end. So I'm just cautioning the council, you need to start somewhere. You can't just say, let's forget it. You just can't do that.
I agree with what Vice President Hitt and President Goodman have both said. It is a different circumstance, because in essence, she's flipping the property, she's not living in it. That's a totally different circumstance. Usually it's a new buyer, and they plan to live there. However, I also agree that we need to put a cap on it, because that amount of money is ridiculous. There's no way it's gonna be a productive piece of land, and nobody will buy it.
Okay.
So if we need to come up with an amount that we bring it down to, I don't know what the assessed value of the property is, Ms. Jackie might know
Around
that.
18,000 taxable.
19.
19.
Okay, now, give it your tax.
I think that's a good place to start, anyway.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Carson, and then, were you trying to say you had something to say on the matter?
Yes, I have.
Please, wait. Mr. Carson.
Here's the thing, we've got all the properties listed on a piece of paper, like the mayor brought up. We have a chance to put this back on the tax roll, put it back in operation, make it look nice. Who cares what she makes off of the profit? It doesn't matter. But we're not gonna get this thing started without having some kind of property value in ourselves. Those properties are bought here, there, handshakes, or whatever. but that property will not be any value to us if we don't get it back on the roll.
Okay, thank you. What is your name, ma'am? I'm gonna write it down.
I'm Deborah Turcott, TurcotDeborah.
Spell the last name again.
Turcott.
Okay.
I'll give you the whole list.
And what is your name, ma'am?
My name is Nicola, Nicola, last name Powell, Powell.
Okay, so I want to be clear. Mrs. Turcott, when I made my tirade, I was not talking about your profit. You are buying a piece of property and going about it the right way. My concern is with Mrs. Powell purchasing the property at a reduced rate and then coming to this council while she's flipping the profit, and it is her profit that I have concerns with. Am I clear on that?
Yes,
Okay.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so having said that, I would like you to clear away for just a moment and let this young man who has been patiently, let's do distance.
He wants your microphone.
Happy to distance. May I say
He
something
won't.
after he's done?
You may,
Okay,
you're coming
great.
right back. Yes, sir, please state your name for the record and let's get this going.
Yes, sir, I'm Joel Penny. I buy several properties from like the tax deed auction and stuff like she probably had done. Some of the properties go for $500, some of them go for $5,000, some go for $10,000. I mean, she could buy a piece of property for $500 and she could sit here and turn around and sell it to this lady for $50,000. I mean, I think she should pay something. It's not
Okay,
fair.
thank you, sir.
She's making a profit.
Mrs. Turcott, please approach her again.
So, as someone who, and I had reached out to Ms. Gorman actually months ago to say, we love Williston. It's a community we want to be more a part of, even though we don't live here proper. I can completely appreciate and respect where you are, which is why we're coming in a very humble way to ask for this. At the same time, I want to be really careful that the message isn't sent, and I respect what you're saying about Ms. Powell's purchase of the property with the lien on it, but whatever she has to pay gets passed on to me or whomever else might buy the property, and then it then increases our investment just to get into the property before I have to dump probably $70,000 to $80,000 worth of money into that home to make it saleable again. So I just don't want the math to exceed what the home can bear, and at the same time, give the community back something that will be meaningful to it, and put another resident in walkable space to Block 12, which will someday be beautiful.
So,
Yes, it will.
Ms. Turcott,
Yes, sir.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Do you have I'm trying to not get into your private business because I don't want to know your private business.
Fair.
But you are saying, if I hear you correctly, that any fine that is not reduced is somehow passed on to the buyer and not being incurred by the seller.
Well, the seller may pay it to you, but then any seller would likely change their price point for
That's
sale
my
of the home.
question.
Yes, so I would assume, I can't speak for Ms. Powell, but I would assume it will affect whatever she's willing to accept for the property based on what she's had to do to clean it up to get it to its current state of compliance.
Right.
I can't speak for that.
I understand.
I can only speak for the math equation after I sign a purchase and sale, close, and then
You
the
have
debt.
not signed a purchase and sale.
We have a handshake agreement that is contingent on these liens being forgiven.
You have a handshake agreement.
I'm a little old
I am very,
I'm
I
sorry.
love handshake.
I had to get off my tractor and shower before I came here, so I am
I
a
love
handshake
handshake
girl.
agreements. But what you're saying is that if we do not fully reduce her lien, that handshake agreement is null and void because her costs have gone up?
My contingency is on the liens being forgiven, yes, sir. I'm not trying to put pressure on you, but
Okay.
I have to be able
We're
to.
finally getting to the bottom of this pit. You
Yes.
gave the handshake agreement based on a contingency with foreknowledge that these liens were in place, and that your handshake agreement is based solely on her getting forgiven of all of the liens.
Or Ms. Powell could pay it.
Not solely, but yes, that is one of the factors.
If she has to pay some, your handshake agreement is thereby null and void and has to be renegotiated.
Correct, we would renegotiate it.
So it is solely contingent upon that.
We'll let your
To the
attorney.
point that it has to be renegotiated. You can accept it, but it has to be renegotiated.
Correct, I have the opportunity to renegotiate any change.
I can't tell you how distasteful I find these things. I just find them.
Just the contractor in it.
And I can appreciate that. All I am is a person who's really interested in investing in real
And I
estate.
thank you for your
I'm trying to
willingness.
get started somewhere.
I thank you for your willingness,
Sure.
and I have no problems with you whatsoever. My problem is that I can't ask the questions that I want to ask, find the information that I want to know, because it's not my business to know that information. So I'm having to make decisions based on best thing that I can do. And I do not like making decisions based on that kind of input. So
I can
that's my
appreciate
problem,
that.
not yours. I have nothing else to say. Anybody else?
I would ask Ms. Gorman if she knows what the administrative cost of filing a lien is, or Ms. Wright.
$250.
If you actually file.
$250.
$250.
Administrative fee is $250, when I filed the lien, it was $18.50.
And I just put 250 in for the title search
Okay.
per parcel on all of these properties.
Okay.
I told you.
So we're talking about $200, what?
No, we're talking about $518.
Yes, $518.50.
Now, this has been going on since 2014, so there's code board time and staff time and for 6 years, so.
For Wayne and I both.
I have a problem with Ms. Powell bought the property
Yeah.
2 years prior.
No,
2 years after the lien was filed.
Okay, so what if we do $50 from the time she bought it? $50 a day, the time, since the time she bought it.
$50 a day?
From the time she bought
A
it.
day?
She only bought it in February.
She bought
That's
it
what
in
the fine
February.
is.
That's the fine.
She knew the fine was $50 a day, she bought it in February,
February of what year?
this year.
This year,
Mrs. Powell bought it in February of
She
this year?
did,
correct.
that's what she told
On a
me.
tax deed sale. It went up for tax deed.
February of this year.
Yes, and that's when I.
Mr.
paid-
Banker, how many?
How much does that amount to?
What?
Does it come close to what they said?
What day did she buy it?
Plus the
Just
industry.
use February 1st, yeah.
The 18.
18. How many days in February have this year?
We need to get all these.
29, thank you. So that's 11 days in February,
So
plus
that's
March,
basically
April, May,
7
June.
months. That's $350.
No.
No.
So if you said 6 months is 180 days, times $50 a day is $9,000.
Whoa.
Huh? I like his math.
That's how we accrue these fines, and that's
Whoa.
a different point we need to talk about.
We need to talk
$50
about
a day.
these fines.
So we've got a fine that is
$50
two and a
a
half
day is a
times.
fine?
$50 a day is the fine.
We got a fine in place right now that's 2.5 times the assessed value of this property,
Yep.
which is 3 times what it actually sold for at the tax deed. Now, I get it, tax deed sale is not a market price or should not set the market value of the property, but that's the nature of the beast. When somebody doesn't pay their taxes for 3 years and it goes to a tax deed sale, anybody can go over there and buy it that wants to bid on it. She didn't bid against people. She did bid on it knowing that there was a tax lien. I will give her that. But if we go and we foreclose on this property now, and we get it back, we've got a couple $1,000s in 6 months in foreclosure,
It costs us money to tear
then
it
we're
down.
gonna turn around and sell it for, what, $5,000? Or we're gonna spend $5,000 and clean it up and then sell it for $10,000. Either way.
Now it's already been brought into compliance.
No, what I'm saying, you're not gonna do any work on the building and you're gonna sell it as is, or you gotta demo the building,
So that we can move forward, is there any possibility of getting a motion
Yeah,
for
I
a
mean-
specific amount of money that we can
offer to reduce this to, so we can move ahead? I don't know how we set a basis for this, that was my point earlier, I don't know what that number is. If we said, given these circumstances, which are different than we've dealt with in the past, and we wanted to do a 10% of the lien balance, it'd be $5,600 plus administrative fees. I mean, that's a small number compared to the outstanding lien amount.
But it's a big
But it
number.
makes it affordable for someone who is trying to obviously sell the property, they put some cleanup in it, and they're gonna sell it to the next person who's gonna do something with it. I'm sorry.
Mrs. Wright, hi.
Can I chime in? Of course. I had a code enforcement lien that a realtor was trying to sell the property. The lien was $4,980. They came in with a check for that amount in order for them to sell that property.
Well, that's the way I thought it was supposed to work, but evidently it doesn't work that way
That's
around
the way it
here.
works. If you go buy a piece of property and you get a loan or whatnot and you get title insurance done, you're not gonna get title insurance on your property without clearing up the liens.
Right.
This is a tax deed sale at the courthouse. You risk whatever liens are outstanding when you go buy it.
Because it says buyer beware.
Right.
And I do just want to, if I may, point out that there was a significant delay in being able to get in front of you to actually hear this question because of COVID, which we respect and understand. But I want to give Ms. Powell a little bit of credit because when I talked to her and said, we just need to, after talking to Mr. Carson, we need to make sure this lien setup is cleared up, I know she was in conversation with us right away, trying to get on the schedule. So I do, I know you're all looking at me saying, she's here to save the house, and poor Ms. Powell.
We want to say that.
And I appreciate that. I just want to be clear, though, that there are some extenuating circumstances. So if there is a reasonable compromise, that would be appropriate based on the fact that there was no way to be heard in the last several months.
And it was actually back in May that I spoke with Mr. Carson, and he was satisfied with the work that we had completed. And I would also like to point out that I have paid back the taxes on this home.
I can't hear you.
I have paid the back taxes on this home. I've done quite a lot of cleanup there. It was back in May that Mr. Carson agreed that we had fulfilled the requirements. I am not asking a lot of money for this home. I wanted to find the right fit of a buyer, and I know that to be Mrs. Turcott, with her experience in home restoration.
Okay.
I'm not a heartless investor. I can only afford to buy at the tax deed level, and yes, I did put in a lot of work. Yes, I have paid the taxes to the city, and I wanted to pass on an opportunity to somebody else to make the home more beautiful than I am able to do.
Okay, Mrs. Powell. Are you aware, I presume since you say you can only afford that you have purchased other properties at that sale?
Many years ago, I have, yes.
Okay, are you aware of the risk that you just took?
I am aware.
Were you aware at the time you took that risk?
Yes.
Okay, that's fair. Okay. I'm looking for a motion for a number. I guess that's really, we can beat this thing all day. We just need to make a decision on what we consider as a council. We are obviously not going to get $56,000 in fines from a $18,000 piece of property. And our goal, as Vice President Head pointed out, is to get this property back on the tax roll. And we appreciate the fact that someone is willing to do it. But, gosh darn it, I hate these things.
I move we reduce the fines to $2,000.
Okay, that's a motion.
It is.
I actually have a motion.
You do.
Councilor Jones has made a motion. Do I have a second for that motion?
I'll second.
Vice President Head has seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion on the motion?
Yes. I was trying to come up with some math in my head as Councilor Jones came up with that number, and probably not where I would have gone. You know, really, I don't know what the number is, but probably if she owned it 90 days and got it in compliance, I was looking at 90 days worth of fine.
That's where I was looking
Which
at
is
it.
what?
$4,500.
4,500.
Right.
I'll draw the motion if you want me to.
I seconded it so we could vote on it. I didn't mean how I'm gonna vote, I just.
True.
Aaron? Could I see you a moment?
Uh-oh.
Oh, great.
He lost it. Patricia, give me that. Now, quit.
You know, you can stand right here.
Right here, like I do, because that's what he-
Make this thing work, or put a hammer to it.
Turn it off. He doesn't have a name.
I'm trying to get back to the agenda, which I downloaded it.
Here we go.
Go through this ever-loving Microsoft portion approved.
Here,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
Turn it off.
I do that for myself, the reason I know. Got agenda right here.
Okay.
Our system rolls.
We have a
over to
motion,
37
we have a
pages.
second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed signify the same. Aye.
Aye.
The motion fails. Councilmember Jones for, the other three present council members against. Moving on, do I have another motion?
Make a motion, we reduce the fine amount on this property to $4,500.
I have a motion by Vice President Head. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
I have a second by Councilor Robinson. Is there any discussion on this? By the council? Hearing none. All those in favor of the new motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Anyone who is opposed signify the same. Let the record show that all present members of the council voted for Councilor Head's motion to reduce the fines to $4,500. Your Honor.
Are you going to withdraw the previous motion for the foreclosure on this property?
Oh, yeah, we need to do that.
I don't know that we ever did that.
Yeah, you did.
Did we? I thought we just sent you to do the search.
No,
It was voted on.
we voted on that.
Did we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Voted on.
So that's gonna be my question, what do I?
Okay, so that's a, thank you, Your Honor. So, Jackie, you're not prepared to withdraw this one. We need to put this on the next agenda, and you know that you cannot foreclose on this property if, and I will be very clear, the two of you have not said that you will go ahead with your deal if we do this.
Well, that's
You got real quiet, Mrs. Turcott.
It's for them to figure out.
Well, it is, except that we've reduced this fine based on the plan that the property is going to go into this.
Contingent upon.
And yes, and that was not in the motion.
Well, but we made this decision to the current owner of the property,
Right.
Mrs. Powell. And if she doesn't sell it here, then she can sell it to somebody else, but that's the fine amount.
That's what I'm asking. Your Honor, please.
If you're going to bring this back here,
If you're going to bring this back here on the foreclosure and do away with the foreclosure, this $4,500, is this going to be, if she does not take this, is this going to be for someone else? Is that going to be the $4,500? Is that going to be the number? What if it goes on for 6 more months?
Well, it's in compliance now.
Doesn't matter. You still have a lien going on this $50
We do still have a
a day.
lien, but the fines are not still coming
But
out.
what I'm saying is, you just said $4,500. There was no time limit put on it. You're gonna bring this back to the next meeting and say, we will not foreclose on this. If this does not take place, here, this sale or whatever, and this $4,500 is not paid, what are you gonna do?
We can continue with foreclosure.
Yeah, I will just go forward with it.
But her foreclosure will be based on $4,500 at that time.
It doesn't matter, foreclosure's a foreclosure.
Am I accurate here?
Yeah.
Okay.
So you're gonna be reducing the lien from the $56,000 to $4,500 here for foreclosure
With no
purposes.
contingency, and I agree with you. I think that's wrong.
I think that's wrong.
I think there should be a contingent upon the sale.
I agree, I think there should be a contingent upon this sale.
Before the motion of the foreclosure.
So make another
I
motion that it be
understand.
contingent on the
And when
sale.
I asked the ladies, I did not get a positive response that yes, we're gonna have a handshake agreement.
Well, they have to go back and deal.
They're gonna have to go back
Yeah.
and deal, which means they may not buy this property, and she may not sell it, and we will have reduced this fine.
Right, but my
So
point
should
is,
you buy it at a different
if
rate?
she walks away and Miss Powell owns this property now,
Yes,
she's gotta pay us $4,500 to stop foreclosure, and her property is in compliance.
yes.
If she don't pay us the $4,500, we're still moving with foreclosure.
Foreclosure.
Is that,
And we should know that the next couple of weeks, by the time we have another council meeting.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that the only reason that I would be in favor of reducing this was because the property was going to be purchased
Too late.
and go on the tax roll. Otherwise, I have no incentive to vote to reduce that fine.
but I understand, but my point is, if we foreclose on it, it doesn't matter if the fine's $4,500 or $56,000, we're getting it back.
But that's if we do. But if
We already
somebody else
are.
buys it and just hold it, the property is not going back on the tax rolls. It's just property that's sitting out there.
It's in compliance.
But when they buy it, it will be back on the tax rolls.
Okay, I'm just,
It's essentially back on the tax rolls now, because Ms. Powell won it.
yeah,
Right.
she's
Yeah.
paying that.
I mean, she is. And it's back on the tax rolls.
I just think that, we haven't voted on this yet, right?
We did.
There's been so much discussion.
We already did.
Can't think about it.
We voted on
We voted on the amount.
reducing to $4,500.
We have not voted to stop foreclosure or
No.
anything else. We just voted to reduce the lien amount.
And I think we're done with it.
The vote is done, but I have serious concerns because I can't get a positive response out of these two people.
Well, they've got to go wheel and deal again.
Yeah, I
It's not up
know.
to them to tell us now. And Ms. Powell just may have to sell it to her for a lesser amount.
Yeah, she might
In
not.
order to make the sale go through.
I don't like it, ladies,
It's done.
at all. I wish I could take my vote back, because I don't like it.
I can't wait to see what you do with it.
I would vote against it and be outvoted
Too
and
late.
feel a lot better about myself.
Too late.
Okay, it's a done deal.
Thank you.
So we are reducing, and we are not,
We have reduced it.
and we are not doing the foreclosure stoppage.
Right.
Until the lien is paid.
Right.
You understand that?
I'm just pulling it out when we.
Until the lien, until the lien.
Everybody
Yeah.
gets paid.
When the lien gets paid, the foreclosure will stop.
Correct.
And we will be fining them $50 a day until such a time as the lien is paid, right?
Yes, sir.
That's not correct, is it?
No.
that was-
I'm gonna say
that
no,
was a very poor-
because she's in compliance now, so there is no more fine. No more fine, she's in compliance.
Our fine is almost 100% of what she
It's
paid for the
ridiculous.
property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even now.
I'm not
Okay,
even sure
reduce
she
the
paid that
amount.
much. Hopefully she didn't pay that much for it.
Okay. So we're moving forward. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
We apologize for all of our time we took.
I promise it'll be easier next time.
Okay.
If the $4,500 gets paid.
Right.
Item B, discussion of possible action, extension of contract with Waste Pro for waste recycle pickup in the city. Ms. Dana Miller is present and accounted for.
Yep.
and she is approaching with her mask off so I can hear her.
Breathe.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Miller.
Thank you, council. I was gonna say, Mr. Mayor, he disappeared.
So he did.
Council President.
I'm going with him. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. I hope and pray that my agenda item is short and sweet. Thank you. My name's Dana Miller with Waste Pro, for the record. I am here, per the interim city manager's, notice I said interim. You're welcome. Interim city manager's request from council to approve a short-term extension to September 30th, 2020. This would allow Waste Pro and city staff time to go into formal renewal negotiations for a regular longer-term service agreement. Due to circumstances, some beyond our control, which would include COVID-19, conversations and negotiations became difficult to have regarding the renewal. The contract we are working under currently ends July 31st. And for the 2-month extension, we have no intention at all of changing service levels, doing anything with pricing. It will continue as is, just to allow that time for us to have those proper conversations with staff. And then, of course, at that time, once we, staff and Waste Pro have come to an agreement on a renewal proposal, that will come before you again, of course. Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Does everybody in the council understand the situation here?
Yes.
I have discussion with possible action. I'm looking for a motion to extend that contract.
Maybe we extend the Waste Pro contract to December 31st? September 31st, excuse me.
September 30th.
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 Only 30 days of December?
Yes,
September.
September.
We're doing it.
I thought you said December, sorry.
No, she said
I actually wrote
September.
December, thank you. To September 30th,
Okay.
2020.
I have a motion
I'll second
by
September
Councilor
30th.
Jones. I have a second by Councilor Robinson. Is that correct?
Correct.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of extending the contract with Waste Pro till September 30th, 2021?
20.
At the same rate.
At the same rate?
I see.
Signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record show that all members of the council present voted in approval of extension of the contract till September 30th, when the city manager will have been in negotiations with them to try to continue that thing.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you,
Yes,
council.
ma'am. Have a good evening.
I will work with interim city manager Stroh and Mr. Coberly.
Oh, interim. Right. Okay. Item C, presentation. FY 219 audit by Helen Painter with Purvis Gray, certified public accountant, only pages 21 to 105. Is Mrs. Painter available?
I haven't seen her.
Yeah, she's here online. Give us a
I think she
second.
was across, I think she was across the hall, but I'm not sure.
No, she's here.
Was it on the phone?
We gotta make a change.
Okay, while the technical difficulties are getting taken care of, I'm going to excuse myself for a moment. We are going to take a 5-minute break. We will recess until
8:05.
8:05. I have 8:03 now.
8:10.
8:10.
Hey.
8:07.
We gotta disconnect from that.
And we all
Tip top where it says disconnect. We're getting there, Helen. Hang on. They're taking a 5-minute break. They're taking a 5-minute break. Hang on.
Okay.
And I'm attempting to get mine at next damn Thursday.
You know what, I want the same thing, so, was that, we got to double check. There should be no reason why we can't come up with, not really a sidewalk, but something to drive on the sidewalk, like they do in the other towns where they drive up the public. Yeah. Well, no, I mean, I haven't been to any of these meetings. Are you talking about our meeting? Yes. 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 And they're trying, I mean, I don't know why other towns can do it. If you can make other towns do it, we should be able to at least come, and this is only going to be for us. You can make it specific for our resort. Well, that's what I'm saying, they need to make it specific. Right. 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 We can go 3 miles an hour, but I had my golf cart. I can manage that. Yeah. Now, I don't know about the gas one. Right.
Everybody in the meeting, hang tight, I'm gonna have to reboot this computer. I'll be back. Sit tight.
No, I mean, I agree, if we can get at least over to that, so we won't walk around the car. I mean, if we just get to the downtown area, you know, then we can just browse around and walk, you know, once we try to get this beautification and get all this stuff going, we should be talking about tons of money into the downtown, just for our resort. I mean, why would they do that? Yeah. Every year. But they need our shopping in the I agree. She was yes. She was related. She my stepdad. My stepdad who just passed away, he was married to his brother. So, my stepdad is related to her son, her nephew is actually his nephew. So, technically, she's actually, I mean, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. She was, sister-in-law of my stepdad. Yeah, she was, I heard him say something like,
Thanks. I'm not even gonna duck.
straight down, kind of around, come out over there, in the parking lot. There's somewhere over there, there's a place that you can cross the park. Where they could designate the parking. I mean, the money to come up for safety tax, maybe do try to come up with some of the, at least half the money, you know. Yeah.
It's gonna be great.
Yeah.
I looked it up.
Yeah. I'm just wondering how long, whether, well, maybe I'm interested in that. Did they have all that?
Are we on the internet or are we just on the meeting thing? Both. We're getting there, ever loving technology.
It is 8:10 p.m. We are ending the adjournment of the city council meeting and beginning with item B. I will repeat it, discussion with possible action, extension of, item C, presentation.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Are we zooming?
I'm just.
Can everyone hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you, Helen.
We can't see you yet.
You have to turn your camera on.
Hopefully you can't see.
I gotta make you a presenter, hold on a second.
Okay.
Okay, you're now the presenter, but we still do not have a camera.
Well, I can talk through the presentation and tell the city council what is important to know about the financial audit.
Okay. Please continue. Whether you can get her or not, if you
Yes.
can get the financial audit up there, it would be helpful. If you cannot do either, we'll just listen to this.
She can do it, she can share her, go ahead and share your, screen.
Yes, if you can give me the share screen privilege, please.
I did, go ahead, you're the presenter.
Can everyone see the report that I have up?
There you go.
Yes.
I see you
Thank
too
you.
now.
Yes, we can,
But now your microphone's off.
but we can no longer hear you. Given the choice, I'd rather hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Yep.
Now
Very
we
good,
cannot.
thank you.
There, okay, there's a
My name is
delay.
Helen Pinkham with Progress Gray and Company, and I'm here to present the annual audit. And I would like to say good evening to the Honorable Mayor, City Council, and Mr. President. I'd like to start off with thanking your finance team, Stephen Bloom and Jennifer Andrews, who is also on this call as a listener. This is for the audit of the September 30, 2019 audit of the City of Williston. And I want to make this brief, but also answer any questions that anyone might have. There is a separate report that is not included in your agenda package. The audited financials are there. However, the summary report is not there. I have it up here. I'm not going to read all of it, of course, but I want to just give you a little background. We had planned for the audit to begin in March of 2020. That is when your finance team had all your accounting records closed and ready for audit. But of course, during that time is when the COVID-19 outbreak occurred. We had several audits our firm was conducting during that time. And with technology, we were able to perform the audit remotely through your finance team sending information to us through the ShareFile platform. And we work with them through Zoom meetings, so much like this meeting here, a go-to meeting. And we discussed all aspects of the city's finances with your personnel. And we had several of those meetings and several meetings with our audit staff. In particular, what I wanted to mention was that during the course of our audit, there were no audit adjustments, meaning that when we performed the audit, that we found no material errors or any errors in the financial records, that everything was properly closed and ready for our audit. What we do need to point out in particular is something that's very important to the city and that we need to let the city council members know, and we have it outlined here, is that be aware that due to the COVID-19 outbreak, that all entities, including local governments, could be financially and economically affected by the results of the occurrences that are happening with COVID-19. And some examples of this are individuals that are not able to pay their utility bills, the decrease in gas tax due to people not driving as much, the decrease due to sales tax because people aren't spending as much as they had. We want the city to be aware of that, especially as you go through the budget process. Now, what we do know through our research and what we're getting daily news about is, of course, what you've heard about, the CARES Act, which is what the federal government has been doing for the last couple of months, is providing individuals that qualify with a check. It was approximately $1,200 per person a couple of months ago, and there were others amounts for if you had children. There was also the Paycheck Protection Program loan that many small businesses and many large businesses and not-for-profit companies throughout the whole United States applied for and received funds that can be forgiven. They're called loan funds. You probably have read about that and heard about that on the news. Finally, we are seeing local governments and county and state governments getting money from the federal government that are to help. And it usually comes through the state and then through the counties. So we want the city to be aware of that there are potential funds that can assist the city during this time. So we want to let everyone know about that there is federal funding that is coming through to governments to help with the impact of COVID-19. And I hope that I gave you some good examples of how this could affect the city. It may not happen today, but you have to think long-term, down the road through the rest of the year. Again, going through here, there were no material corrected or uncorrected misstatements noted. Continuing on, we want to talk about there is a new Florida statute in regards to building codes. Charges for building codes can only be spent on the building department, and you cannot charge more money than it costs in excess of a rolling 4-year budget. In other words, the city does not have this problem, but you have to keep in mind that there is a statute out there that says that you cannot charge excess building code funds, and the monies have to be restricted for the department, and they cannot be excessive. Just want to let you all know that that statute is out there. It's new, but the city does not have any problems with that in their current financial records. The next item I think is probably important that you know about is that the Florida statute is now requiring that your CRA receive its own independent standalone audit, and there will also be additional agreed upon procedures. The statutes, they want to make sure that the CRA funds, which were talked about extensively tonight, that the property tax revenues that are carved out just for the CRA is only spent on the CRA, and it can only be spent on certain items within a CRA, and I think that the items that were discussed tonight would be qualified expenditures. So we have not had any problems in the past with that, but it will be carved out and put under a microphone, so to speak, so that we can ensure that the monies are spent properly there. And we've talked with your finance director, Stephen Bloom, about those new audit requirements for 2020. The last thing that I would like to point out that I believe is of most importance is that this comment here that we have addressed, I think it's best to read it, about your fund balance reserves. We have noticed that there continues to be a decline in your funds, especially for the general fund and the airport fund, wherein that the amount of revenues are not sufficient enough to cover the expenditures. The best practices says that you should have set aside in your reserves approximately 20 to 25% of your expenditures, and we've noticed that that's dipped down to approximately 14.9%. Our recommendation is that the management of the city and the city council develop a fund balance net position policy that would set limitations and budgetary guidelines to target a desired fund balance. Having an established reserve level and fund balance will assist the city in future operational planning and help to restore balances to a level that would assist the city in case of unexpected financial emergencies. So this is our biggest caution that we would like to point out. You know, your audit went very well. It's just the overall big picture that we want you to be careful about is that there could be a significant declines in revenues because of COVID-19. However, there could be monies coming down from the federal government to help the cities and counties that are suffering due to declines in these revenues. But also, during your budget process, we recommend that you look at your expenditures to make sure that you have enough expected revenues to cover your expenditures, because we have seen a continual decline that some of your reserves, which are like your savings, have been spent a little bit each year in the last several years. So we wanted to give you a caution about that. And those are the primary items that we wanted to bring to your attention. Again, we are giving an unmodified, clean opinion on the financial statements. I'm happy to go over any other items or clarify any other information that the City Council would like to ask.
Any member of the council have any questions for Mrs. Tate?
I don't. I do not.
At this time, none of us have any questions. We will continue to look over this audit, and we all have the ability to access you independently, so if we have questions, we will be sure to contact you. Thank you so much for your presentation.
You're welcome, and thank you very much. And your finance director and Stephen Bloom can also give you more information, and are happy to come and speak with anyone individually also.
All right, thank you, Ms. Payne.
Thank you.
Item D.
Do we need a
Yes.
motion to accept the audit? I don't know if we do or not.
We did not do a motion. All this says is presentation.
Yeah,
I think we probably do, don't you? I don't know.
I would think we should.
Well, there's no action in the agenda. However, if you want to make a motion, I see no reason you cannot.
I would move that we accept the 2019 fiscal year end audit as presented.
A motion has been made by Councilor Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
And Councilor Robinson has seconded the motion that we accept the audit as of 2019 as presented by Helen Painter with Purvis Gray. All those in favor, please signify so. Aye. Aye. Let the record show that all four members currently in the council chambers have agreed to accept the audit, the motion for acceptance of the audit. Thank you. Councilor Jones. Item D, discussion with possible action, request for funds, $75,000 for the Williston Community Animal Shelter Incorporated. City Manager Strode?
During the budget process and budget workshops, council set aside $75,000 to be put towards the construction of a new animal shelter. There's now been a 501c3 set up. You'll find a copy of the letter from Ms. Renee Nipper requesting the funds. And they also have some private donations. We've met with a construction firm who's agreed to move forward, but we need to see if we can move the money from the city account into their 501c3 account, where they can basically pay construction loans as the project moves along.
Thank you, City Manager Strode. Is there any discussion for the council before I have my discussion? Okay. Vice President Head.
So I'm going to report to the current status, where we're at with it right now. Has anything started?
We have met with Armstrong Homes, who's agreed to be the contractor at their cost. They are also agreed to donate the site work, where it's not going to be paid for by this 501c3. And basically, right now, where we're at is in the cost setting of the building. But yeah, we are moving forward.
The plans have been fully drawn by architects, and they're ready for filing a building permit. But at this time, we're waiting for a cost evaluation. I have been part of this. I am no longer part of this. We're waiting for a cost evaluation from the Armstrong, and hopefully we will someday realize the hope of having a better place, a more humane place to house our unfortunate animals that we cannot find loving homes for.
I think we're getting very close to groundbreaking. And like I say, Armstrong has agreed that Armstrong Homes will donate all the site prep for the project, which should have an impact on the final bottom line.
And I understand all this, I know we agreed to it, but who's gonna oversee and administer the funds, the usage?
The funds are gonna be...
Would somebody call the treasurer?
They will, yeah.
She can hear you.
I love calling the treasurer.
And also Renee's in the crowd.
Yes, the president and the treasurer are here. You might know the treasurer by another name. It's called Supreme Commander and Dictator for Life.
Sue Goodman, how can I help you?
Councilor Ross, Vice President Head.
That is all. All I need.
That's it.
I just had a question about the actual usage of the funds. If you're going to oversee that and administer that, and will our funds be used first, or
Well, I'll tell you, we have $24,000.
Could you speak into the microphone, please?
Right now we have $24,000 in the account, and that's from collected funds. A lot of people have contributed to gathering donations and putting on events and giving individual donations, and the whole community has done that. And that's what we have. It was in an account from LEAF, through LEAF, because we had not set up our organization at the time. And we have recently established the 501c3. We've gotten the IRS approval. We've gotten the check from Bob Levesque and deposited into our new bank account. So everything has been kind of waiting on that process to go through. And Mr. Eccles, who is a donor, he's a local animal lover that has been very influential in getting, like, the Levy County Animal Shelter as a result of him. And he is basically, with the 24,000 and the 75,000 from the city, he has, from my understanding, agreed to pay what else is needed.
He's paying the difference.
What else is needed. He wants to get this thing built, and I do too. And so basically, we've got our $24,000 and our $75,000 from the city, and whatever else is needed will come by way of a grant from him.
Your Honor.
Did you say you got a check from Levesque?
Yes,
How much was that?
$24,000.
Oh, that was 24, okay.
Anybody else before I start on it?
You know,
I'm always
I'm
nice.
sorry to say you have to go home, so be nice.
So, my concern, Mrs. Goodman, as the treasurer of this organization, if the city gives this $75,000, and you can bring your president up if you would like.
Come on, President.
If the city, which we have voted to do, puts this $75,000 into this nonprofit organization, and for any reason, whatever the reason, this animal shelter does not get built, does the city get that money back? And do we have to, Mr. Coberlin, have some sort of a contractual agreement to the effect that if that animal shelter doesn't get built, this 501c3 doesn't have the right to spend the money that the city is donating specifically for the animal shelter on anything else?
Mr. President, can you hear me?
I can hear you now, sir.
It would be wise to have conditions, at a minimum 2 conditions, that the money be returned within a certain time period. And so if therefore the money is not sitting out there, you could also have additional conditions, such as it will be paid upon receipt of some type of work order or invoice. You do not have to get the money in advance. If you do not have any conditions, then if the unfortunate event such as you described occurs, that the shelter is not built for whatever reason, then you will not receive the money back unless it's provided as a gift.
So can we just put conditions on the money without time constraints, because time constraints are difficult, they can be extended, that if the animal shelter is not built, this money has to be returned to the taxpayers, to the city? Can we have
Yes,
that
Mr.
simple
President,
agreement?
you may.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you, sir.
It would be a conditional grant. I encourage you to put some time frame on it so that that time frame can always be extended. But if the leadership changes with a 501c3 or it becomes defunct or for whatever reason, there needs to be a condition of when the shelter will be built. Again, that time frame can be extended. Without that condition, then the shelter can be built in 10 years, 20 years.
Understood, sir. Thank you.
You need some type of grant.
So that is where we are. And I think judging on my knowledge of how construction time, this shelter is going to be, in the best of conditions, a minimum of 4 to 5 months to get built. So I would think that we need to be looking at 6 months and then extending it, or a year and hopefully not extending it. It's at the council's pleasure. I have no strong feelings on it, other than there's 2 things I think needs to happen. The citizens need to be protected. If this thing falls apart, Mr. Echoes decides not to do it, the leadership falls apart and decides they won't do it, the city needs to be protected. So based on that, I would be looking to the council for your will.
I would say six months. Condition.
Well, it depends on if they're ready to get started. I would think a year would be a good number.
I think,
Maybe 3 months before they get started.
of 6 months, and then put a condition, and we could always renew for another 6 months, or 3 months, whatever.
Or
But
we-
start off with the.
Or
6
we could
months.
do 6 months and show that there has been, what's a wonderful legal term? A strong evidence of activity on the project.
There you go.
So that if they're halfway through it, we don't have to revisit this, because they will have presented a strong evidence of activity
Right,
on the
they
project after
proved-
6
They
months.
proved that they were gonna.
That's
continue
correct.
on.
That's just this idea. How do you feel about that? Strong enough to make a motion?
Yeah, but I still think a year is more reasonable than,
But then
I'm looking at
you
them.
make your motion whatever you want.
Excuse me, may I say something?
Yes, please.
Volunteers are gonna be building this, basically, Mr. Armstrong is doing this for free, and, when somebody's giving you stuff for free, you hate to push on them too hard, or they're gonna say, forget it, and walk away. So, I hate to pressure him too bad, and right now, he's, working on the estimate, but, so this is something that's a little bit delicate. And also, as far as, waiting to pay until progress is shown, we've got $24,000, and the payments are gonna have to be made in draws. So, we'll have to pay a certain amount up front, and without the $75,000, I don't think we're gonna be able to get this construction started.
We are not considering not delivering the $75,000. That is not what is before consideration. That was the attorney's suggestion that we dismissed as soon as he hung up. What we're discussing here is security of the money for the citizens, and the mayor had something he would like to comment on.
I would recommend a year.
Yes,
Okay?
thanks, that's it.
So that's fine. The mayor has recommended a year. I'm still waiting for a motion from anybody. So do I have a motion?
I'm trying to figure out how you want it stated. With, okay, substantial progress, how about that? I move that we present the $75,000 to the Williston Community Animal Shelter, with contingent upon, that they start and we see substantial progress in the build within 1 year.
And if it is not,
And if not, the money must be returned to the city of Williston.
does everybody understand the motion? I don't want to have to restate that. I've said it twice. Do I have a second?
I'll second that one.
I have a motion by Councilor Jones and a second by Councilor Robinson. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any who are opposed signify the same. The motion to give $75,000 to my wife, I said that before. to the community animal shelter. It was levity, if anyone doesn't realize that's who I am. The motion was approved to give the $75,000 to the Williston Community
Animal Shelter.
Thank you, whatever they're saying,
That's
call
what
it.
they finally came up with.
I'm thoroughly embarrassed with Jerry Red right now. Okay. You're dismissed.
Thank you.
Oh, my.
Let's see where we are.
Halfway through.
E.
Thank you. E. Final public hearing. Mr. Coberlin, are you still here? Aaron? You're on the clock, sir. I need to talk to the city attorney.
We're getting there.
I need to know if the fact that this is a final reading of an ordinance, if I need to adjourn and get a different meeting started.
Coming up. Gotta find him here.
This is about a final public hearing on ordinance number 681.
Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. Coberlin. The question is...
Mr. President?
I am here, sir.
Okay. You would simply announce the item and announce that you're opening a public hearing, read the title, and ask for any public comments.
Okay, so this can be handled in this, we do not have to convene.
That's the next one, I think.
By convening, you're simply announcing it,
Okay.
that you're opening the public hearing on this ordinance.
Thank you, sir. Okay, we are now having a final public hearing on ordinance 681. This is the final public hearing of ordinance 681, an ordinance of the city of Williston, Florida, authorizing the submission of amendments to the city charter, amending the compensation of the council members and the mayor to the citizens through a referendum and providing an effective date. And then I have Mayor Robinson.
You said it all.
Okay. I probably should have given this to the mayor, but we are through it now. So we are in a public hearing. Is there any member of the council that would like to speak to this ordinance? Is there any member of the public that would like to speak to this ordinance or have any question about this ordinance? Mr. Carson, would you make sure that nobody in the hall has any questions or comments about this ordinance? Okay. So we have a final public hearing on this ordinance, number 681. Do I have a motion?
No question.
Yes, Your Honor.
Because it says in here providing an effective date, so within that motion, you would need an effective date if it passes, is my understanding.
It's not effective as of today if we pass it?
No effective date of it's
Oh.
going before the public in August.
Oh,
So
okay.
the effective date of the increases would be when?
I would say October 1st,
That's what I would say.
because that's when the new year starts.
And I think that might have to be
In
included.
the motion.
In the motion,
Okay.
just a guess.
And I don't know.
That's why it's a guess.
I would move the final public hearing of ordinance 681, as has been already read into the record, with effective date of October 1st, 2020.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilor Jones on ordinance 681. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Councilor Robinson. Is there any further discussion on this ordinance? Hearing none, all in favor of putting ordinance 681, which is simply a referendum for the voters, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, signify the same. Mrs. Wright, let the record show that all members present of the council voted in the affirmative of this ordinance being placed as a referendum before the voters. Item F, Resolution 2020-24, resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, calling for an election to be held on August 25th, 2020 for the submission of a proposed amendment to the city charter related to the compensation of the council members and mayor, directing the city clerk to coordinate arrangements for said election with the Levy County Supervisor of Elections and directing the publication of notice of the election. And this was supposed to be for me, and I don't understand a bit of it.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Your Honor.
Is this going to be put on for, as a primary in August?
August 25th.
That's not the primary date.
No.
The primary date is August the 18th, according to the Supervisor of Elections.
So the resolution needs to be changed.
I cannot hear you.
The resolution will need to be changed.
With the date. In the resolution, it says August 25th.
It does, in fact, say August 25th on the resolution.
And I'm looking at the Supervisor of Elections, primary election, the registration deadline is July the 20th, early voting August 3 through 15. Election day is August 18th, 2020. Mr. President, if you'd like to verify that.
I would be happy to,
Yeah,
Your
I'll see it
Honor.
as well.
Registration, early voting, election day, August 18th. Is that what you're referring to, sir?
Yes, sir.
And that is for the primary elections.
And that's when this will be on the ballot.
And
Because we don't want to have to do a special election.
is that a problem, Mrs. Wright?
This
You will-
correct the date.
Okay, so you will need to, thank you, Your Honor. You will need to correct the date from August 25th to August 18th.
Okay, so you want a motion?
Do you have that correction? Now, I would accept a motion.
I'll move resolution 2020-024. I've read into the record already, regarding the election to be held on August 18th, 2020.
I have a motion by Counselor Jones. Do I have a second? Second. I have a second by Vice President Head. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any who are opposed signify the same. Let the record show that all members of the council were in favor of this resolution. 2020-24. Item G, special exception, Southeast 2020-21, an application by Buckin Incorporated per Section 60-375 for sale of alcoholic beverages for property located at 131 North Main Street, Building B, Williston, Florida 32696, city owned by Country Town Investments LLC, Mrs. Gorman.
Yes,
Please speak into some kind of a microphone.
I think we have to get sworn in.
Yes, of course, a judicial hearing.
Yes.
Just you.
Give me
No,
just
the
a minute.
applicants are here too, so.
Anyone that wishes to speak on this subject need to stand and raise their right hand, please.
I know, but I think that's right.
If that is not clear, anybody who wishes to speak on this subject must at this time stand and raise your right hand for swearing in.
Even if you think you might, you don't really have to.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today is the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Tonight, we're looking at a quasi-judicial hearing for a special exception, SE 2020-1, an application received from Buckin Inc. per Section 60-375 for sale of alcoholic beverages, on-premise alcoholic beverages for property located at 131 North Main Street if we can include my staff report into the final record, I'd appreciate it. Planning Commission, considered this application on Tuesday, June 30th, and it was approved, just so you know, 3-1. And the application originally was submitted asking for packaged alcohol beverages, but that has been withdrawn. This is just for on-premises. Buccaneer Billiards is the primary use being proposed. It's an allowed use under the commercial intensive zoning category. So this business is allowed by our code to go into this location. What is on the table tonight is a special exception to allow on-premise beer and wine. I'm saying that very carefully because that seemed to be what our planning commission considered at the very end. It's not the billiards. It's not the business itself. That isn't allowed use. So I just want to make sure that's clear. So our future land use designation there is commercial. Prior use, they had the church in there while one of the churches occupied this building while they had some repairs being done on their property. Prior to that, years ago, was a car dealership.
There was also a church before that, there
Right.
for years.
The adjacent land uses to the north is commercial. To the south is vacant commercial. To the east is commercial, which is currently being used as residential, just so you know that there's commercial zoning, but there's actually a residence there that butts up to a second business that's already located on this property. The second business, I'm trying to find it real quick, is Joe Rod's Garage and Automotive. That's Building C. There's Building B and Building C. There's no A. I don't know what happened historically, but there's 2 uses on this property now. So just so you're familiar, this is right directly across the street on Main, across the street from City Hall. So tonight, the applicant is requesting the opportunity to sell on-premise beer and wine as part of the proposed Buccaneer Billiards establishment. Both our CRA plan, our economic development strategy, encourages new businesses in our downtown. However, considering the proper balance between encouraging pedestrian orientation of the downtown area and activities that involve alcohol and how it may become intrusive is squarely within the purview of the planning, zoning, and council. And planning and zoning voted for the special exception again just last week. So I think, as you know, our special exceptions can be approved with conditions or safeguards, or denied based on whether or not you find that the project promotes public health, safety, moral order, comfort, convenience. It goes on and on for the prosperity and general welfare of our residents. So there's not much more. I can answer questions if you have them, but this is strictly a consideration. As you know, I hope you're looking at the revised staff report, because I did have a recommendation that was wrong, because I'd had a misunderstanding on something that our city attorney talked to us about with restaurants. So at this time, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer.
I have one.
Yes, sir.
What exactly is the special exception for?
The special exception is for on-premise beer and wine sale.
Currently, under our current zoning, I love this computer, under our current zoning, they can have a package store there.
No, sir. No, they cannot.
They cannot have a package store or on-premise alcohol consumption.
Without a special exception, that's correct.
Okay. So this special exception is for alcohol, period, to be sold at that establishment.
On-premise, not package, yes.
Okay, now we're going back to the on-premise, not package. Can they have a package store there?
No.
Only through special exception, but they asked that be withdrawn. They don't want to do package.
Okay, so that's where my confusion is.
Right.
There was an initial one for a package store only. That was withdrawn, and now they want to have a consumption only, or a consumption and a package store?
No, just just on-premise beer and wine sales as part of their business.
Not alcohol, just beer and wine?
Beer and wine.
That is alcohol.
I know, but there's a difference.
It's not hard liquor, but it's alcohol.
You're kidding.
Well, it's not much good, but it depends on how much of it you drink.
Well, for me, one beer is enough to be drunk. Okay, so this special exception is requesting beer and wine sales, and they do not do food there.
That's correct.
So it is just beer and wine and pool tables?
That's correct. Billiard tournament, and they are here to answer any questions too, if you want to speak to them about
Okay,
it.
I'm sure I will. Okay, that's all my questions for you. Anybody else?
So the comment about the restaurant is not, because I have made notes on that. That's not in this report.
It's fuzzy. I've tried to find some consistency in how we've moved on this in the past. It was my understanding, let's put it this way, when I read the code, I read it as saying you can't be within a certain distance of a church. That's not even allowed with a special exception, but I found out we've given special exceptions even when it's been close to a church, so that kind of nixed that. And then I thought, found certain restaurants that didn't come for a special exception, so I'm like, maybe they're exempt. So it's been a trial trying to figure this out, and what I've been told in lengthy conversation with our city attorney is we can't go backwards. We have to enforce our code going forward. And this is the way both of us agreed, that going forward to have any type of alcohol sale at all, beer and wine, or even with food, you had to go through and obtain a special exception. So that's why we're here tonight. But I pulled the restaurant comment off because at first I thought they were allowed without having to have one because there were so many. But I'm finding out that's not
I mean, it's here, but just ignore it, is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay.
Because if that was the case, I couldn't understand denying one business to go when it's an allowed business, that a restaurant could go in afterwards and have it.
And I think it's a church, a school, or a daycare.
That's what it was originally.
Yeah, so they gave a special exception, even to those.
Right.
But I think it's all.
That is a whole list of things that you have to give a special exception, but this is one, and going forward, that's how it's being interpreted and applied.
Okay.
Any other discussion by any member of the council?
Do they have their license?
For them to get a license, I have to sign off on the zoning, and I won't sign off on zoning unless the special exception is approved.
No, they don't.
Okay.
So no.
I do have a problem with that because of the location, and you've got a one-way street there. Parking, there's not a whole lot of parking there. Yes, there's parking across the street. However, there is nothing that allows the pedestrian walk to go across the street there. And I just have a feeling that somebody might have one or two more beers than they should and get in their car, and they're gonna come up the wrong way on that street, or they're gonna try to walk across 121 right there, and that could be a problem. I just have a problem with that now. Just me, I'm not part
Okay.
on this thing.
Is the applicant available?
Yeah.
Please, state your name,
My
sir.
name is Donald Kreischer. I'm the part owner.
Spell your last name for us.
Kreischer.
Thank you, Mr. Kreischer. Okay. I just wanted you to be here because the next thing I'm going to do, since no council member had it, is I'm going to offer a chance for public. I will point out, sir, that if somebody says something that is you disagree with, please do not get in an argument. We will do this one at a time in an orderly fashion, okay?
Understood.
Okay.
And I do have comments to make, it's just that I wanted a presentation before
Yes.
I make comments. I mean, I want to know
Have
what he's
you
going to
had-
do.
Do you have anything to add to the presentation? My understanding is you're going to want to operate a billiards parlor in which you can sell beer and wine. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And
That's it?
What hours
That's not
of
it, no.
what hours of the day?
Right,
What
so-
days of the week?
Sure, so the business plan as a whole is a, bar and grill. The reason that we don't have grill up there yet is because I don't own the building and I'm not willing to put $50,000 into a kitchen that I don't know. So our intention is to have a food trailer, outside for, food consumption.
So you are gonna have food.
That is the plan, but again, that's separate from, inside the building.
Yeah, but that's not what she said. She said you were having food.
We don't have an ordinance, we have to work on we've had a lot of,
We've had several requests for food trailers throughout our business district, but we don't have an ordinance to support that right now, so I told him he'd have to wait until we drafted something so we can allow it. Otherwise, it's a temporary use, just so you know that.
So this whole thing has been a lot more complicated than I had initially thought it would be. So I own a pool hall in Ocala, and it's a very large place. It's almost 11,000 square feet. We have 18 pool tables, full liquor, hard liquor. We have a full restaurant. The majority of our players are league players, and that's kind of the direction that we're headed for this area here. So we have Levy County and Gilchrist, our own, the APA, which is the American Pool Players Association, has about 250 teams roughly throughout Alachua, Levy, and many players come from Levy County to my place in Marion County to play pool. So over the years of them asking, hey, can you open one here, can you open one here, we have searched far and wide. And in fact, today I drove around just looking. One of my new friends over here is really against us putting this pool hall in, but we are looking for a bigger place. We feel like we're probably going to outgrow that place across the street very quickly. So we're looking for a much larger place. This is, in my opinion, it's just going to be temporary, kind of to try to root, if you will, the league players and have them come in. This is going to be a non-smoking facility. There's going to be kids in there, just like at my place in Ocala. This is going to be more family-oriented. This isn't going to be, the stigma behind billiards just turns everybody off. I mean, I look around and everybody hates me just because I said the word billiards. I mean, I'm a pool player. I don't drink. I own a bar. Thank God I don't drink. The intention is to just offer beer and wine to the few players that do like to drink. Pool playing, certainly in leagues, it's more of a competitive thing. It's not like, if you go down to whatever this little bar is here, those guys in there gambling for $5 a game or whatever they're doing. I mean, we call them ball bangers. They're not tournament players like we have at our place. Our players don't like to drink and get drunk. Now, not to say that we wouldn't have players like that, sure, but it's the responsibility of the bar and, of course, my bartenders to make sure we're not over letting people drink too much, if you will. So, in terms of the bar, again, it's just going to be probably 6 to 8 pool tables. Our intention is to have just league players. I do agree with the parking. Parking is horrible out here. Certainly understand his point about walking across the street. The fortunate part, to your point, was we're going to be opening up later at night, 5, 6 o'clock, and until I think closing is somewhere around midnight here in Levy County for alcohol sales or something like that. So it'll be nighttime, so all those parking spots should be open and available. Again, non-smoking, more family-oriented than anything.
5 to midnight is family-oriented?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that all people will bring their kids in, but I'm saying kids can't come there.
Yeah,
That's my point.
okay.
Yeah. They're not going to come into a smoky bar. And,
Well, that would be a question I had too. Are kids allowed in an establishment that serves beer and wine?
So in Ocala, they're allowed to, they just can't be at the bar itself.
Sit at the bar.
Correct. Now, our intention is not to have kids sitting at the bar, what I mean?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, aren't they supposed to be accompanied by an adult?
They are,
or a
absolutely.
parent or
Yes, sir.
something?
Correct, that's correct, yeah. I'm not gonna have 10-year-olds in the bar without family or, some sort of adult. I don't know a single small town, like this that doesn't have, some sort of bar in it. I mean, if you go to Ocala, they have a nice little downtown area. There's bars wrapped around that whole thing. People across the street all the time. I understand this is a little bit different, at 121, people are screaming up and down this road, but, Well, my point is that we can do it, and we can do it in a fashion that is nice, bring people into the community. We're gonna have tournaments that bring people in here. The parking is horrible. I'm very disappointed that I'm even having to choose this, but I don't have many other options. So,
Okay.
again, this would be temporary.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to open it up to the citizens at this point. Any member that would like to speak to this, please step forward. State your name into the microphone for the record, please.
Sharon Brannon.
Yes, ma'am.
So this proposed location is at 131 North Main Street. My business for 30 years has been at 161 North Main Street, which is 2 doors down. We don't work contemporary hours. I am there most nights very late by myself. I'm not interested and don't want to have to worry about coming out late at night, 10, 11, 12 o'clock at night, not knowing if someone had been drinking too much, wandered over in my area. I literally run out my back door, 10 steps to my car. I've got a parking lot there that someone who may not be from around here may wander into. He's right, there's not enough parking here. And as much as we want to encourage new businesses to come to our town, which we do, I don't think this is a good location. I don't think this is what we want for our downtown. And about what Jackie said, there are 2 other businesses right next door in the same building that we're talking about. When we opened up our business, we had to, the city insisted and held our feet to the ground about having enough parking spaces and a handicap parking spot. So we had to have 10 parking spaces or 8 parking spaces and a handicap. And we redid this business building across the street from the old high school. We had to have 10 parking spaces and a handicap space. So I don't even know how you're gonna get past that. But there's gonna be, the issues with the one-way. So you have in the back of that building 2 other businesses. They don't leave at 5 o'clock particularly either. So you've already got 2 businesses in there who may or may not have enough parking. The lady on the corner did come to planning and zoning the other night, also pleading, to not be able to put another business. I think he said there was gonna be maybe 40 people, up to 40 people a night, correct me if I'm wrong. So you're talking about a lot of cars, and I think it's a dangerous situation. She lives alone, she's elderly, and she's worried about having people wandering up and down the streets too, parking on both sides of the road. She's already had her driveway parked. And the other issue that I have just as a business person, working late at night, is when they crank up the music, you can hear it. It shakes my floor. I'm off the ground. When these cars drive by and that bass is running, it already shakes my building. So again, mostly for myself and what I'm having to deal with 2 doors down, I worry a lot about the people that are going to be out late at night while I'm in that building alone, and when I leave, and having to work late at night and listening to the pounding bass music coming from the establishment. So again, I'm not opposed to the business itself. I'm opposed to the location, and I worry about the traffic and the people that are going to be out on the street late at night.
Thank you. Anybody else? Please approach the microphone and state your name for the record, please.
My name's Heidi Schwiebert. Sharon called me this afternoon and asked if I had heard about this proposal. I said no, I didn't know about it. And I don't really have a strong opinion, but I have a comment that the established business will be impacted. People have been here for a long time will be impacted by this. People that have been in the 4th of July and directed traffic and have been here for a long time will be impacted by this. And that moved me to come and speak, because I've never come to this kind of thing before. I think that should be highly considered. Also, it is a terrible location for it, and the parking is something. And I do tourism business. I want people to come to this town, and I think, we've hosted pool tournaments, people. We do lodging, and we've had these people come and stay with us, and they were wonderful. I mean, they were nice people, and I'm not sure where they were going, but it's a large group, and they were heading for a pool tournament, very sophisticated crowd. But it will have a negative impact on a couple of businesses that are right here and have been here for a long time. I think that should be under high consideration when you all make your decision.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Carson, is there anybody in the hall? Kreischer. Was that close?
Very good.
Okay. I'd just like to give you an opportunity to say anything you would like to say.
And I appreciate that. I think the one thing I would say is everybody who has spoken has valid concerns, and I certainly appreciate that. And I think it's the responsibility of the business owner to certainly make them feel comfortable. I have no intention of having booming music that she can hear 2 doors down. These are, again, competitive pool players that would not appreciate that kind of music.
Understood.
Secondly, the parking, you know, there is quite a bit of parking there, of course, along, our league doesn't even start till 7:30 at night. We're gonna open around 5, that'll be practice time, but, you know, the players won't even arrive till 7:30. So, being that this is a commercial area, you know, I would suspect that even if businesses or people working late or whatever, people are gonna work together. So, that's really all I have to say. Appreciate the consideration.
Thank you, sir.
You have a question, sir?
Yeah, sounds like you've already leased the building, do you plan to open without the alcohol sales if necessary?
I cannot open without it. There's the few players that do drink just want to have, you know, a couple beers. And again, most of these are working class people. These are people coming directly from work who, you know, have a couple hot dogs from our food trailer, come in and play pool, and then go home, have a few drinks. If we don't offer some sort of alcohol, I would not open it now. And I'm already about 15,000 in. I kind of wish I didn't realize the process here. Opening the bar in Ocala was much easier than have to get a special. We have a full liquor license that we own privately. So, but anyway, so thank you guys.
Mrs. Gorman, I want to be clear in my own mind. The committees, what committee did you say voted to approve this?
Planning Commission.
Planning and zoning.
Planning and zoning?
Yes, they did a planning and zoning, made a recommendation.
And planning and zoning made a recommendation.
They did.
And their recommendation, and I'm not gonna go through all the documents with it, but it was basically for approval.
That's correct.
Thank you. So what we have before us is a special exception request, 2020-21. Do I have a motion?
I have comments.
Okay.
I'll have a.
I thought we had already went through that, but
Yeah.
we'll continue
I
discussion
have-
as long as you wish.
I haven't said anything yet.
I'm
Not
sorry.
really. I would agree 100% that the location is wrong. I think the recreational aspect is something that Williston could use, especially the teams, the leagues. But I think the location is absolutely not the right one. I think parking, can you have off-premises parking in that particular zoning district?
Yes, if you remember, typically your downtowns, have small platted parcels of businesses on them. That's why the CRA puts money into extra parking in your downtown to help these businesses if they cannot provide the adequate parking on site. This is an improved site.
I just don't know why we made the others do it, if we're not making them do it.
They have an improved site. They already have parking and everything in place. I haven't seen their building plans yet to see if, but it's.
The parking that he's talking, that is currently there is full of those hot rod things.
Understand.
And there's no parking.
What I'm saying is typical in the CRA district that if you don't have room for the parking, that's why the city provides overflow parking.
That's why I'm
CRA
asking,
in downtown.
in the zoning district, commercial intensive,
Yes.
do you not have to have the on-premises parking?
You have to have as much on premises as you can fit. And then the CRA district, that's why we watch and we monitor to put in overflow parking for those businesses that don't have enough property.
The answer is no.
Right, but I'm saying this is typical in a CRA. You don't find big parcels that can have big parking lots. We're lucky if we
I
can
just
get
didn't
it.
know if we had the mandate that they have it.
We
That's
ask
my
them between the two businesses to provide as much as they can, especially handicap close to the building. And then the CRA provides overflow in other areas. which we've done.
At the city hall or on the street.
Well, yeah, all this along Heritage Park, down the road for some of the
Yeah.
businesses that had overflow for across the street.
Okay.
And there again, they have people walking across the street.
Yeah, it's all across the street, that's Five's Point as well.
Yeah.
Well, and I think when planning and zoning, they talked about this in length, and their thought was, let's try and move forward for a quick pedestrian flashing crosswalk right there, because we're gonna need it as businesses occupy anyway, as we grow. It's very successful in other cities, and we agreed that we look into trying to make that happen.
To let you do that.
I'm sorry?
I said, good luck letting DOT get you to, let you. do that.
41 that has it in, going through Dunellen, and it's very well lit, and you have to stop, so you can't miss it.
And my list is, I had concerns about the minors, but they have settled me with that. Evidently, it's allowed. I had trouble with the parking, because I thought you had to have it on premises.
Well, can I say something?
Yes,
about
sir.
that? So there is a parking lot there, and
Yes.
that is my parking lot. Those vehicles that are in that parking lot will be moved if we get this special exception.
Okay.
Yeah, so which I believe is 10 spaces.
I started to say there's about 8 or 10
Yeah,
there,
10
from what I could see.
That's correct.
All right.
Which would be remarked, of course, because it's.
Right.
Yeah, but we do have, we do
I
have
also
10
had
spaces.
issue with the noise. We do have a noise ordinance.
Sure.
And I think 10 o'clock is the time frame there. It's all day, but especially at 10 o'clock. And when it talks in here, it goes on about to the health, safety, and morals, and order, and comfort, general welfare. I just don't think it's the right location. And I think we would be happy to try to find another space for you.
I would love for that.
I think we actually, people that I've talked to the last couple of days or so, we've actually thought of a couple. One of them we found out was sold, even though it's got a for sale sign sitting in the front yard. And we found out it was already sold. And you're right, you need a larger space than that.
Well, and keeping in mind that we're just starting out, so it's not like we're gonna have 10 teams in there. It's gonna take a while for leagues to go by session, so it's probably gonna be 6-8 months before that place gets filled. And we've only signed a year lease as well, so.
And I could say I would be thrilled to have it, except for the beer and wine.
Understood.
That's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Anybody else?
So I think that on the dais, each councilperson should have a letter from a resident.
Yep.
Yes, we all have read that letter. Thank you for bringing
Put
it
it
up.
into the record, don't we? The letter is from Ms. Parker, by the way.
Yes, and she was against this.
And
I
her
assume
grandson
that
was
this-
here earlier. but-
I assume that this was the resident that.
No, this is a different one.
Oh,
This one's
this is a
across the
different
street.
Okay. So, having no fear, I'm gonna plunge right in, because I have a right to an opinion also. I have been beaten by some very good pool players. I am not a very good pool player. However, I do know and am aware that pool playing leagues are different than pool playing in a honky-tonk. And what I'm hearing from the applicants is that this is for leagues. And we went through this alcohol problem in the past when we had a Pizza Hut that wanted to serve beer with their pizzas, and we had an ordinance that said they couldn't do it. And we had to change that in order to allow the Pizza Hut to serve a glass of beer with their pizza. And at that time, and I'm not one that you can trust their memory of, but maybe the mayor would know better than I do, at that time, we just had to say, if you're serving food, you can serve beer and wine with your food.
That's what I just wrote down. They're a restaurant.
Yes.
And they're short term.
It was a major point here in Williston, in which we had some very strong opinions about it, but ultimately, that's what the council decided. And I'm looking at this pool hall, billiard center, whatever you want to call it, and I frankly see very little difference. The only difference I see is that it's billiards. And maybe some people feel that billiards has a stigma. I don't share that. Billiards is like most other enterprises. There are many different skill levels, and mine is not one of the better ones. But nonetheless, I appreciate watching skilled billiard players play billiards. I confess I've even reduced to watching it on TV on occasion. So I just don't see, and the committee that we've asked to overlook this suggested approval. And we're sitting here because of some emotional stint, and we're saying, no, we don't like it. But I don't see the foundation for not liking it other than this case. So I'm going to tell you straight out, I think that it should be approved because the CRA approved it. I'm sorry, the Planning and Zoning approved it, and I see this is not a hard liquor establishment, and most of us might be teetotalers, but some of us might like an occasional beer. So I just think that this is a quality business that will bring people to the area and at least make Williston something that, well, yeah, I know Williston. We drive through there all the time. How many times have we all heard that? Too many. And this is a destination, not a passing by place. So I understand the business's concern. I truly do. But I think the concern is based upon a misconception of the quality of the people that go into a tournament. And I just don't share that fear. So I'm going to tell you, my vote is that this should be accepted. So having said that, I got nothing else to say on the matter. So we will move forward. Anybody else have any other comments?
I do.
Yes, ma'am.
Although I do like the idea of an establishment bringing in people from out of the area, something for families in this area to do. I work for them, and what I'm hearing is they do not want, the citizens do not want the liquor, they don't want that. If you had it, where'd he go?
He's right around the corner.
In another area, maybe so, but we're talking about established businesses right there, people that have been here for God knows how long. They do not want it. I work for them. I would vote no.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I'm really torn on the matter. I just don't like the special exception. That in itself.
Why it's a special exception.
Yeah, I know. So it goes without saying. I too would happen to agree that there's probably some good people that will go there if it is opened, and you know, and I think once again, whether it's Pizza Hut or I think Bubba Q's has beer sales or wherever, I mean, I think, you know, that's up to the person that goes there and enjoys that when they leave to take care of themselves. But there is some question with parking there, but I don't know. I'm torn. I mean, I wish Mr. Kreitzer, is that right? Kreischer had You know, I'm not weighing in any way the fact that he's already spent some money and he's already got maybe a little ahead of himself there. I'm not taking that into consideration, honestly. I wish he would have asked prior to doing that. But I wonder to myself, where is that other location? And who's gonna be against that when it comes about? Maybe not, but I don't know that we're gonna have a different discussion if he finds another location. So I'm torn, I don't know.
Can I say one more thing? At my place in Ocala, our capacity is 300. Every Monday and Tuesday, I have 250 plus people in there. We have door security, and we make sure everybody gets up to the parking lot. We have no issues with people being too drunk to drive, too drunk. Now, occasionally, of course, there's people that, you know, come in drunk or, you know, things like that. But I'm saying the responsibility of the bar owner, we have a huge responsibility to make sure that we're not over-serving people.
I'm gonna go ahead and ask you a question. It's maybe, I don't even know if it's appropriate, but I'll ask. If you've got teenagers who don't have anything else to do, that maybe they wanna play pool and they come and hang out, you're gonna allow that.
Absolutely.
So they.
I mean, look at Winn-Dixie.
Right.
Yeah, the place is full of teenagers all the time, you know, I mean, would it be nice for them to have a place where they could, you know, be responsible, and, you know, we'll obviously have sodas and things for them to eat and drink, but of course, we'll make sure that they're not drinking. Is that the question? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean, we talk about leagues and teams, and I think that's probably your goal.
Yeah, I mean, you can't tell me those guys aren't drinking in the Winn-Dixie parking lot.
I got one that's probably up there right now, and you better not be. I'm gonna go by there when I leave here, but my thing is, you know, when those guys find out there's a new hangout in town, they're gonna wanna probably come hang out, and while we're looking at it as teams and events and all that, I mean, you're not gonna be able to stop kids or adults or whoever it may be that just comes in there and wants to shoot pool and hang out, right?
Well, and we want them to. Sure. I mean,
Wonderful
obviously,
place.
yeah, the goal obviously will be, you know, on league nights, which will probably be 2 or 3 nights a week, you know, the league will have priority, clearly, you know, maybe as those tables become available, we'll let people play on them. You know, it's not gonna be free, so a lot of those people aren't gonna be able to afford the tables, you know, or playing on them for hours and hours, but, yeah, of course. And we want those kids there. You know, our intention is to have training camps, you know, in Ocala. We have Kids League, once a month, parents bring their kids, and they play with their children. I mean, it's a great thing.
So it's a bowling alley, but on a table.
Exactly. And that is exactly how it's described. It's a bowling alley on the table, that's exactly.
And darts, don't forget the darts, so they're on the computer.
Again, I don't want to discount anybody's fears. I mean, all these people have certainly valid concerns, and I won't even be upset if you say no. I mean, I'll be disappointed, but, you know, it is what it is. So, we'd like to do something. I've been in Williston for 6 years. I come from Chicago. I've come from a big city, and I love, you know, the idea of preserving the small town feel. I mean, I love Williston. 6 years I've been here, and I don't want to go anywhere. I love it.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there's good news and there's bad news. The good news is that we've all talked. The bad news is we gotta do something.
They don't have a motion.
So, I am looking for a motion on special exception SB 2020-21. Do I have such a motion? One more time. As soon as I find it again. Item G, special exception, SE 2020-21, an application by Buckin Inc. for a special exception. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion, we approve special exception SC 2020-1.
Councilor Head, Vice President Head has made a motion. Is there a second? Do I have to pass the gavel to make a second?
No.
I second that. Vice President Head made a motion to accept. President Goodman seconded. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the special exception signify by saying aye. Aye. All those who are opposed to the special exception signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Lord, where are you, Elihu? So I'm looking for parliamentary expertise.
Not me.
Mr. Coberlin, are you there? My understanding is that if a motion does not get a majority, if there is simply a tie, that the motion fails. Is that accurate?
That is accurate.
That is accurate. Is that what he said?
Yes.
Okay. Moving on. Resolution, blah, 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 blah. I'll find it again, item G. Special exception, SE 2020-21. The motion was defeated. The application for special exception is rejected. Item H, discussion with possible action, installing a primary electrical infrastructure to airport properties for future expansion. Utility Director C.J. Zamotsky.
Yes, sir. Just trying to get a consensus from the council, see the intent. We have some projects that may be on the horizon at this point in time that we would like to serve with our electric utility infrastructure. Currently, it would take to get to the proposed property about a mile of line, looking at a fiscal impact of about $50,000 to do so. In getting into the airport properties, we've tried to do this for some period of time. Different periods throughout my employment here, it's not the right time, whatever the case may be, and we are losing out on large amounts of money by not being in there and serving it, even for, you know, at the smallest amount, our infrastructures. We paid $7,500 to Central Florida Electric for our water well in 1 month.
Whoa.
At some point, the staff's intentions are if we don't expand, we're not going to have any more revenues coming in, and that's our primary location to do so. So I just want to see what the council thinks about that. Is it something we want to proceed with?
My understanding, Mr. Steele, is that the airport revenue was $30,000 in the red from the audit report.
I saw that, but I don't believe it.
Yeah, I don't either.
But we saw it, right?
I did see it,
So
but I
just
think there
because
are
you deny what
circumstances.
you see doesn't mean it's
I
not
think there
true.
are
I'm asking
circumstances.
Mr. Steele if it's a fact.
I would agree that the numbers were there. There were extenuating circumstances on this.
Absolutely.
So we had over $20,000 in a grant that had not been finished yet, a grant project that had not been finished yet. We had spent the money, the project was not finished, so we were not able to be reimbursed before the close of the fiscal year. So there was $20,000 right there. We had a tractor purchase that was supposed to be grant funded. That's what I was informed when I was brought on. After the purchase order was completed, I was informed that it was not a grant funded project, and it came out of the airport fund. That was something to the tune of $96,000.
You just whipped right through that 30 grand, didn't you?
I mean, you wanted the numbers, I'm giving you the numbers.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, it's not a problem.
A little knowledge goes a long way.
Yes, sir. And on top,
Sometimes it's dangerous.
and on top of that, we had a $9,000 payout for a grant that was part of a bidding process that the city assumed that to pay the $9,000 that came out of our capital projects that we were not able to get back.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Please. Councilor
I
Jones.
have always been told that there was a franchise for electric, and that the franchise in that area was Central Florida Electric, and that we could not go in there.
That is not true. We cannot take existing customers that belong to Central Florida Electric, and that is true. However, we can serve our own facilities, and on city-owned properties, we can serve any new businesses as long as we are not doing duplication of service.
Cool. That is wonderful to hear.
Yes, and there are no longer any territorial agreements with either Central Florida or Clay Electric or Duke Energy.
That's new since I was here last, so that's wonderful.
Yes, it is not mandated that you sign them, so we have refused to sign
Because in
them.
the past, we actually talked about buying their franchise out.
Correct.
I didn't realize that it had changed.
Vice President Hitt.
CJ, what was that figure you said for our own well we were running?
It was $7,500 in 1 month. Generally, I do not see those bills. Again, it's just, the cost of doing business. We don't really monitor our wells that heavily. On that one, because we had a water issue with Monterey Boats, the Central Florida Electric called us and asked us if we knew we were using that much power.
Yeah, so it was a well issue that was eating it up.
It was.
I knew about the well issue, but not that it ate all the
Yeah,
electricity.
again, we have the FBO out there, we have multiple hangars, we have all the T hangars, all those belong to the city.
Right, for sure.
So we can absolutely serve our own
I didn't
infrastructure.
realize that, that's wonderful.
Question.
Your Honor.
If you do that, we can take over the airport electrical, correct?
Yes.
Okay. The cost, I understand, which I asked the finance to find out for me, from Clay, for the electrical out there exceeds $25,000 a year. That's what we're paying Clay.
Central Florida.
For Central Florida.
Yes.
For electric.
Yeah.
Now, if we get that, obviously,
No, we
we'll have
can't
to
steal.
pay somebody here,
We
but,
can't steal the customers they've already got. So we can't take Monterey Boat or A&N or.
That is correct, unless the business owner requested that and we owned the building.
Well, we do,
We own the property, we do not own Monterey's building. They
all
have,
those warehouses.
yes, they have shareholders in that, because we already approached them, and their shareholders are not interested in selling it to the city.
but even at $50,000, give or take, and we're paying excess of $25,000 a year, 2 years, we're split, we're even.
Correct, and that's a mile of line.
And that's not including
Future development.
any new businesses or anybody else that comes in here too, which would be, and I know this for a fact, I know that this has been tried for many, many years. And it's just like CJ said, everybody, we can't do it, we can't.
Well, that's what we were always told that we couldn't do it. I'm glad it's changed.
And I'm telling you,
Was not aware of that.
we need to do it.
Oh, yeah.
We just need to do it. We need to find it somewhere to do it.
Yeah, because unless we're building new transmission lines, we're not gaining, you're right.
Correct.
That's where our money.
Where's the $50,000 gonna come from?
Utility fund.
Benton.
Mr. Stiegel is going to provide it
No, I would
Out
love
of
to
the
transfer
company-
that over to them, but I don't.
out of the company fortune. It's
Yes.
there. It's
Okay.
just well hidden.
Got it on record then.
Go for it. That's what I think. Future development.
I agree.
I agree.
What do you need to hear from us tonight?
That's what I needed to hear.
Is that all? You need a motion or you just want
No,
to?
don't need a motion.
Go
It's
for
not
it.
really up for a vote yet, but it gets
Go-
us into
go
the
for it.
property and
There's little
we
point
know where
in
we're
having
heading.
a vote. I'm outvoted anyway.
That's why I didn't address you anymore.
You're missing your sidekick down here.
Okay.
That's exciting.
That was discussion with possible action, I guess we had the action,
What
right?
acted?
Consensus.
Okay.
Okay, oh, that's it.
Item I, resolution 2020-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, approving a supplemental agreement with Passero and Associates LLC for basic and special services contemplated by the professional service agreement between the city and Passero Associates LLC for a price not to exceed $96,560. No wonder you waited all night.
While it can seem daunting, this is an agreement, a JPA, that we're looking for to get an environmental study done on a specific section of land that we've had interest in by a couple of different people over the past few years. And without the environmental study, nobody really even wants to look at the land. So we have partnered with Passero to see what we can do as far as starting the process of developing this land, and the starting is this supplemental agreement to perform an environmental study at the cost not to exceed $96,560, and from there we would be able to basically present anybody that would be interested in that land, saying, hey, we've already got this land prepped and ready. We just need your signature to move forward. Also, this, I was informed by one of our Passero reps today that this project would be completely grant funded on next year's FAA grants.
And
That's an also?
That's an also.
I'm sorry.
And the county has, well, let me put it this way, the county commissioner has said also that they would look into providing us with some funds. Approximately, they didn't give a figure, but I'm guessing around $25,000 or something to go along with this and with the grants here. Now, that environmental study, if I'm not mistaken, that's good for 5 years.
That's correct.
So anybody that wanted, if anybody didn't take advantage of it here in the next year or so, if somebody came in 3-4 years from now, we would be good with that environmental study.
Yes, sir.
And without an environmental study, we cannot build on that property out there.
That's correct, yes, sir.
And the same as the geotech and the geophysical. They're looking for that too. Looking for the sinkholes and everything else like that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's important.
Fully grant funded.
Yes, sir.
No money comes out of the taxpayers' pockets.
That is correct.
We don't have to pay it and then hope to get it back.
That's correct. I was assured by Passero that this would be something that we could get back from the FAA.
But we could get back, or that.
So the way our grants work out at the airport is generally we have to send out some of the money, then we invoice the parent agency of the grant, and then we get the return on our investment.
Okay. So we do have to pay it out and hope to get it back.
Initially, yes, sir.
No, we'll get it back.
Yeah, we'll get it back. It's not a hope. Once the grant is assigned, we'll get it back. We just have to pay it out and then invoice it back to the FAA.
And does the airport have enough money to pay it out, or does that have to come out of the city coffers?
There's two ways.
Your Honor, could you please allow him to answer that question?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
That's a great question. The airport could do it, especially since it's grant funded. We would put it in our capital projects or airport improvement line for our budget, and then the money would come out and come back in as soon as we got the grant or the invoice approved by the FAA. I'm not sure what the other route would be that the mayor is referring to.
Okay. Thank you.
So, Mr. Mayor, what's the second way?
I would like to hear the second one.
Fine, I just
I
would
wanna hear
like
what
to
the second
hear
way
from
is.
the person that I'm asking the question.
Well, they've
Okay,
obviously
is
had a
anyone from
conversation.
Pastoral Associates here?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you. Okay, by all means, Your Honor, tell us the second one, sir.
Well, actually, with that one right there, there's three. You could go out for a low-interest loan, or, because you are gonna have to pay these out, you're gonna have to pay these services as they are rendered, and then you're going to get it refunded by the grant. Or, you can borrow it from the utility fund, and it can be paid back with the grant money once it comes in. But I've already talked to Mr. Bloom, and Mr. Bloom says the money is available and the money is there.
Well, while you talked to Mr. Bloom, did Mr. Bloom tell you where there was, sir?
Utility fund.
So we just borrow it from utility fund and pay it back when we're reimbursed.
Right.
Yeah, that's what that was said to. Makes sense to me.
Okay.
Thank you, utility fund.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that for the record.
It all works together, CJ, so he's gonna bring you in somebody that you can sell power to.
Okay.
That's it. I
With your
move
new power.
resolution 2020-25, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, approving a supplemental agreement with Pastero Associates LLC for the basic and special services contemplated by the professional services agreement between the city and Pastero Associates LLC for a price not to exceed $96,560.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Let the record show that Councilor Jones made the motion and Councilor Robinson seconded the motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor of, let me find it here, of
2020-25.
approving resolution 2020-25 as per the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those that are opposed signify the same. Aye. Let the record show that the council president voted against, and all other members of the council who were present voted for it.
Let me just add that I also see the ALT is in there. That is wonderful too. That's been needed for a long time.
Item J. Discussion with possible action choosing one of the following options to secure a wholesale power agreement or suggest other alternatives. Item 1, accept and evaluate the quotes provided from 3 wholesale electric suppliers. Choose one to enter into a 3 to 5 year contractual agreement. Item 2, enter into a contractual agreement with Wright Pierce, who will perform an invitation to negotiate securing an acceptable contract from wholesale power providers for the city of Williston. Proposed resolution is attached. This is resolution 2020-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, approving an agreement with Wright Pierce for services required in the ITN process to secure a contract for wholesale power for purchasing for the City of Williston, Florida, authorizing the City Council President to sign the amendment and provide an effective date. Utility Director C.J. Zamosky and Dennis Davis with Wright Pierce. And this is discussed in depth on pages 130 through 132. Mr. Davis, welcome to the council, sir.
Boy, I wish we'd have had that earlier.
Yeah, I'm gonna lead this up first before, Dennis takes that. There's actually, in researching this a little bit more, further, we actually have 4 choices. Again, this came up, our contract ends December 31st of this year. We were not privy to most of the negotiations or any talks, aside from what we heard here in the council meeting before. Basically, our 4 choices are, we can accept 3 quotes that were provided to City Manager Lippman. They are all marked confidential. Did not have time to get a rendering back from the city attorney as to whether they could be supplied in this meeting or not. So at this time, we just withheld those.
I'm sorry to say, we haven't seen any of that.
Correct. Our second option is to go out for a formal RFP. Again, with the contract expiring 12/31, we have very limited time frame in which to work with. This whole process should have been started back in January. Our third option is the invitation to negotiate, which Dennis is here to speak on that. He has a PowerPoint presentation to share with that. And our other option, if we would just want to buy a year, we can accept a contract from Duke Energy for a period of one year as an extension. It is at a reduced rate. However, the drawback to that is the rate, once that expires, increases significantly to the point of about $25% over what we're currently paying.
I had heard it was bad.
Yeah, at this point, discussions between myself and Mr. Stroh, and again with Dennis, out of 3 offers we've received, these were their first shots at it. So there's been, nothing. We have not contacted them, asking if they could do better, anything at this point. This is what they provided. Even in going out for the invitation to negotiate, there are fees associated with that. The pricing that Mr. Davis gave me, like Thursday afternoon, even encompassing those, the lowest rate that we were offered on these quotes would still encompass that amount and save us over what Duke Energy is offering. So at this point, it's my opinion that the invitation to negotiate is going to be our best option to secure the best price, especially with the timeline that we have. And
that's
turn this,
right there.
Yes. Right, this is our contractor of record.
Right.
Due to time constraints as well, we would have to do a RFQ, RFP for engineering services and all that, or we can use an engineer of record to represent us in this. And then I'll turn it over to you, Dennis.
How much?
$30,000.
$30,000.
Yes, it's in here.
At this point in night, I don't trust
Hey,
it.
that's nothing compared to 96,000.
No, I'm talking about the time. I'm supposed to be in bed.
I have to
Okay.
drive to Tampa in the morning, so yeah, I'm feeling your pain.
Okay,
Hey, at least you don't have to drive home to Orlando.
okay. $30,000. You're gonna save us that much money?
It will not take much of the savings in order to get there. We'll be working with Mr. Jerry Warren on this effort. Mr. Warren he's a sole proprietor with GE Warren and Associates. He's been doing this type of work for many, many years with GRU and then also with the city of Winter Park. And so we were talking about that today, and if we save 1/10 of a penny, it will easily pay for the $30,000 effort. So based off of, the electric that you all buy each and every year. So 1/10 of a penny savings, and it'll easily pay for this effort in 1 year. Yeah. If you want me to run through the presentation, I can do that, or if
Please
not.
don't.
Okay. I like that.
Yes, please.
Oh, please, yes.
Yes, please.
I meant to say yes, but it's...
I'll make it quick. Latricia, if you'll go to the first page there. Just a couple of quick facts for you about the power, where we stand right now.
As CJ mentioned, the current agreement with Duke was executed on August 30th, 2005. It was renewed in 2012 and 2016, and it currently expires December 31st of this year. The city is currently spending about $3 million a year on that power purchase agreement. And the last time that the city went through this process, they did an official request for proposals and selected the firm. As CJ mentioned, really we have the three ways that we talked about going about this. The quotes that past city manager Scott Lippman solicited, those are confidential quotes at this point in time. They are a first offer, but they don't allow for any further negotiation necessarily. There's no qualifications that are put on those. They were simply a quote. This is what it is. And as we start talking about, what does this include?
Apples and oranges.
Yeah. So numbers can change. There's the request for proposals process that we could go through. It's a official solicitation process. It allows us to define some contract terms within the request for proposals. But it really doesn't allow us for any further negotiations. Typically, when you get a request for proposal response back, you look at the lowest bid, and that's the one that you select. Mr. Warren brought to us the idea of using an invitation to negotiate. It's allowed by Florida statute. It's in the same statute that allows for a request for proposal. And what it does, it's an official solicitation process. We put out a document that's almost like an RFP document. It allows us to define some contractual terms within that so that we make sure we're getting apples to apples comparison. But when the bids come in, we are now allowed to negotiate with anybody that we select, anybody that we want to select, and we can actually negotiate at the same time with both of those vendors or multiple vendors at the same time, trying to get the best value for the city of Williston.
So, just to help me out, because it's very late, Mr. Davis, this negotiation, there are certain parameters you cannot disclose what another person's is, or is this in effect a bidding process?
We're not going to be able to negotiate when we anticipate that much like the bids or the quotes that we've received already, they're stamped confidential.
Yeah.
And Florida statute allows for those things to be kept confidential, even in the sunshine.
Right.
So it would be the same, that those will come in confidential, and so yes, we won't be able to necessarily leverage,
So when you're negotiating, I understand negotiations. I'm trying to find out what tools you're going to use, sir. So what tools can you use if you can't say, that used car salesman down the street said he would give it to me for $150 less?
I understand your question, Mr. President, and here's the way that would work. You have a number from Florida Municipal Power Agency for a demand charge. You've got a formula for fuel costs. You've got a non-fuel energy charge. You've got the same kinds of numbers on the table from FPL. I can't go to FPL and say FMPA's number is this. If you don't come down, you're not going to get the business. But I can say we really like where we're at in our negotiations, but you're going to have to sharpen your pencil further. And they don't know what that means, and they come back with a better offer. And I'm going to tell you, you start pitting them against each other like that, and the price comes down. And that 1/10 of a cent that Dennis was talking about, to me, that's a piece of cake. And so, the goal here is, and I play a little bit Attila the Hun. I mean, I call him up on the phone and I say, Tim, if you want this business, it's yours, but you got to come down on your price. And Tim will. And so that's how we get the very best deal. Not only do we put the screws to him on the price to get the number way down. And I'm going to tell you guys, it's too bad you're in business with Duke, because they don't seem to be in the wholesale power business anymore. And you can tell by the quotes that your previous city manager got. They're not in the marketplace. And so they're not going to be one of the two that we want to negotiate with, because they're so far above the market that we're not interested in dealing with them. But I will tell you, FMPA and FPL are both very competitive suppliers. The proposal you got from FPL is an excellent one. I will tell you that I negotiated a contract with FMPA in the city of Winter Park last year, and the deal that FMPA has given you is way better than your Duke deal, but it ain't good enough to get business. And so, you know, I'm gonna tell you this, we will, if you move forward with this, we're gonna be talking with those two players probably, and we're gonna get a better deal for you, and you're gonna save a ton of money over what you're paying now. And you're gonna be getting a really good competitive supplier to do business with.
Okay, Your Honor.
FMPA, I
Yes.
understand that they're out looking to buy surplus.
They're out to buy surplus?
They're out looking to buy surplus power. Have you heard that?
I'm not aware of that, but they're in the power supply business. And so if they think they can buy power at a price that's a good price for them, I'm sure they would do that.
Now, if they do that, and they have excess power or reserve power or whatever to sell, wouldn't that lower the cost?
It certainly could. It certainly could. One of the things that we will want to talk to both of these players about is the deal, the term of the deal. You know, party A might say, you know, I'll give you this price for 5 years, and party B might say, I can give you this price for 8 years. And now we've got to figure out, are you better off to lock that one price in for 8 years, or do you really want the shorter term deal? And so that's going to be a conversation. I'll tell you, FMPA's capacity picture, they have less excess for longer period of time than FPL does. And so the good news is you, as customers go, are a relatively small customer, and so you probably can get a commitment for a longer period of time, which I think is a good thing.
I think it is a good thing.
Just a comment too, in the past, one of the problems we've had, or one of the issues that we had with changing from, before it was Florida Power, now it's Duke, it was Florida Power at the time, that I remember it, was response times, because they supply us, and if they go down, we're down. And that's something that I would want to make sure was in any negotiation.
Here's the deal. You're looking now for a supplier to create the electrons for you, that run the power plants. You're still gonna have to transmit your power over Duke Energy's transmission line. And it doesn't matter whether you buy from FMPA or you buy from Duke, for that matter. Whether you buy from Duke, FMPA, or SPL, you still have to ship your power over Duke transmission.
To get here.
Yes, ma'am.
So they would be the response.
Yes,
team.
absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
That's nice to know, because they know where we are and we know who they are.
Absolutely, absolutely.
I think.
The only thing I would say about that is, although I think they are very responsive, they would be responsive.
Hopefully they still would be, if they use somebody else.
Duke's transmission has gotten to the point where it's incredibly expensive. And most of us that are involved in power supply in the state of Florida wish there were alternatives, because they're just too expensive.
So do you work that into the deal?
Yes.
Okay.
We work it into the evaluation.
Exactly.
Both of the companies, transmission companies, FPL Transmission and Duke Transmission, have a tariff.
Have to use the same thing.
They file that tariff with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and it's pretty much formulary.
Right.
And so, yeah, I mean, we can't negotiate with our seller of the power as relates to the transmission price. I mean, it's
you
a
just
regulated
figure
price.
it in.
But we figure it in when we do the evaluation.
Okay.
The key here, though, and it'll affect the evaluation, is if you buy from FMPA or you buy from Duke. Duke's out of the question because they're too expensive. Both of those would ship over Duke Transmission, and so it'll be the same transmission price. If you buy from FPL, not only do you have to pay Duke Transmission, you have to pay FPL Transmission. So there's kind of a double cost that gets thrown in there that makes it's a little bit of a penalty for an FPL supplier.
And TECO's not in this area anymore.
You can buy power from TECO. You know, we're in a fix here, guys, and you know, CJ's not going to tell you, and maybe Dennis is not going to tell you. You're in a crisis.
Yeah.
Your schedule, it takes 90 days to get transmission. You have to apply for transmission service. It takes 90 days. You cannot even apply for that transmission until you have a contract executed. And so the schedule that we have before us is sometime in mid-September, you make application for transmission service from Duke Transmission. And we can't do that until we have an executed contract. So, you know, if anything goes south here, you know, you may find yourself having to make an emergency decision to extend the Duke deal for a year.
Yeah. At least that's available.
Yes,
Okay, thank you, sir.
thank you.
I appreciate the education.
It's a wealth of knowledge.
Yeah.
Any other discussion from the council?
I would just say, just a couple more slides here. The next slide.
I tried.
Yeah.
Well, I did just, this was real data here that Jerry had from his time at Winter Park. But if you look at this just shows, you know, the power of the ITN negotiation. There were some other things too. You know, you see here the city of Winter Park terminated from Duke, some volatility in the gas prices, but there was a huge savings that he was able to realize while he was there in Winter Park. I'll skip here just real quick on the schedule. Next slide. You know, as Jerry said, you know, January 1st, 2021, we have to be in that new contract. When you figure that today is July 27th and we're getting ready to start this process, that means we have, you know, roughly a month to get this thing done, to get this ITN out, to get to the point where we can be negotiating with two companies. So by August 14th being done with that, then we have from the 17th to essentially September 8th to get this contract signed and ready to go over to Duke so that they can go through and do their application process. I do want to point out that when we make this application to Duke back here on September 15th, there is a $20,000 application fee that the city is going to have to pay. And that's regardless of what happens, that's a $20,000 payment that has to be made. So, again, as Jerry mentioned, in crisis mode, when you look here from December 15th to January 1st, we have 16 days of leeway if something was to go wrong, if you know, anything happens. 16 days of leeway right now. So, I mean, we've got to get on this thing and hit it hard.
Should have been done in January.
Well, we're here now.
Should have been done a year ago.
Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve resolution 2020-27, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, approving an agreement with Wright Pierce for services required in the ITN process to secure a contract for wholesale power purchasing for the City of Williston, authorizing the City Council President to sign that amendment and to provide an effective date.
Thank you.
Second.
I have a motion by Vice President Head, a second by Councilor Jones. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of approving the adoption of Resolution 2020-27 signify by saying aye. Aye. Any who are opposed signify the same. Mrs. Wright, all members of the council approved Resolution 2020-27. Thank you, Mr. Davis.
Welcome.
You can now go home if you want.
Mr. Warren.
Have me with that.
Yeah.
Go good. Item K, discussion with possible action. CRA and council budget workshop. This is where at 10:30 or 12 o'clock at night, you want to try to get us together, right?
Sorry,
Yeah,
Council, I know you're tired of meetings,
It's budget time.
but it's really, really important, not so much, you know, within the next couple of weeks, but very soon, that you meet with our CRA board and have a workshop. There's some initiatives being discussed that y'all really need to be in with and talk to them about. So if we could possibly get a meeting scheduled, I could get with Latricia and we can possibly send it out to you and make sure y'all are available, if that's okay.
How, are you asking us to try to set a date, or you want to
We'll
try to
set a
set a
date
date and then
and send it to you, is that all right?
send it to us, or at least ask us if we could be available on
Yes.
that date?
If that's okay.
I would accept anything this time of night.
Thank you.
Okay, that was.
I'm gonna remember that. I may have to bring some up. Oh, what?
we had discussion with possible action, budget workshop. Does everybody on the council agree with the plan of the city planner to contact us after this? Good. Item L, discussion with possible action. Resolution 2020-28, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Williston, Florida, specifically adopting new rules of procedure for the City Council meetings, providing for conflicts, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date. And my name is on this. So, has everybody read the...
My only question is that the only thing that came out? Is everything else exactly the same?
It is, but something was put in.
Oh, okay.
And I will admit to being overly tired and overly critical at this particular point.
So what'd you put in?
I didn't put anything in, but what I read was we took out the raising hand.
Right.
But we gave another instruction. Instead of just saying the president will be responsible to tally the votes, we said they must say aye or something. I don't know what it was.
That's what I was trying to figure out. It was the only thing. Because without having the old one and the new one both, it was hard to tell word for word.
And I still maintain that the charter defines the job of the president of the city council. And the charter says that he is responsible to make sure that the votes are counted and reported to the city clerk. And we don't need resolutions to explain what the charter means. And my position, and I'm getting my way here, so it's hard to argue if you decide that you want to do this. The only change to it is we're taking out of the raising of the hands.
Right.
Okay. But I still have an issue in that the principle that first started this remains. And the principle is that the responsibility of the president of the city council is to ascertain what the votes that are given, which are required by state law for every councilor to vote or abstain in writing. And it is the responsibility of the president, whoever it is, whatever method he uses or she uses, to ascertain how those votes are counted, and that it is inappropriate to create a resolution that defines the charter so rigidly as to take away the individual responsibility of a duly elected president of the city council.
So
that was my gripe.
So where did it add the rest of it?
I can't remember.
It is up here in I.
It's up there someplace.
That's right there.
I remember looking at it and said, we're not accomplishing anything here except Charles Goodman's getting his way if they do this. I don't care. My position is very clear. So we can do what we want. We can adopt this. I will point out, during the time that the workshop happened prior to the adoption of this resolution, and I'm sure you can get provided the directions to that workshop. Councilor Fugit, then Vice President Fugit, pointed out the impossibility and said, okay, so we're going to do our best and future councils can make changes as they want to. This is not the Constitution of the United States. This was a resolution made by a previous council that can be changed by any council, and Vice President Fugit knew it, all of us knew it. It was an attempt to do something that was, according to Councilor Fugit's own words, impossible. But that doesn't mean we shouldn't make the attempt.
I mean, it's civility.
It is civility. That was the whole point of the entire resolution.
Right.
And this little thing, I just think, is unnecessary. And I would just ask the council to rescind the one line as it is written, and then when I'm not so tired, we can take up that battle again, whether the council president should be so restricted by some resolution instead of being guided by the city charter?
I think it gives everybody direction, not just
It does.
the city.
It does.
Not just the president, but I
That
think
is
it gives it
correct.
to everybody.
I
So
agree.
I think it, at the time it was originally written, it was definitely needed. Believe me, I was in the middle of all that civility
I
battle.
understand
So I would move resolution 2028, new rules for procedure for the city council meeting, as presented.
Second. I have a motion, and a motion by Councilor Jones to approve Resolution 2020-28, and that motion was seconded by Vice President Ed. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any of those who are opposed signify the same.
Aye.
Let the record show that Councilor Robinson voted against this resolution, and all other members of the council who were present today voted for this resolution, and the resolution was passed. Item number 6, public participation. This is the second time tonight that any member of the public may participate in addressing the council. Please limit your participation to 5 minutes or less, or I may be asleep.
Donald Farmer. I'm mayor, council. I'm a Wilson Crossing, I can't think what I'm saying.
A resident.
Resident, there you go.
Yeah.
And I would like to know, we are a golf cart reservation, and we would like to know, have you ever have thought about letting us come into town like other cities do?
We not only thought about it, we thought about it, we thought about it, we argued about it, and we decided against it.
You did. Well, and nobody ever told us about it, and we would like to know. Thank you very much, Council, Mayor.
Maybe we should reconsider it.
On the other hand, not tonight.
No, I don't need tonight,
On the other hand,
because I
I
was
can
going to say
tell
what to
you
begin with.
in good humor that the chief of police has threatened to arrest me when he catches me violating that law on my golf cart.
Oh, is that right?
Okay, so beware, he is a golf cart.
That's not him.
Oh, I'm talking about the city manager.
Interim.
At any rate, so I was in favor of it,
I was
but
too.
we did not successfully argue the case, and it was decided not to allow it. It could come up at any time, should any member of the council choose to fight that battle again, but sir, it will not be tonight.
Would you like for us to reconsider it?
I would like for you to reconsider it, if you would.
Talk to her.
If I may, one of the problems is we don't have the infrastructure to support a golf cart.
We're gonna do it.
Vehicle, and there's also restrictions on crossing state roads. So that's one problem.
Which we will take up when it's brought up as an agenda item on a different night.
That'd be fine. Thank you.
Wonderful, sir, thank you.
So can you bring-
Anybody else?
Can you bring us the last thing you considered? I'm sure Jackie.
Anybody else?
I'm sure Jackie or Lucretia could find it.
Announcement, item 7, Councilor Robinson.
I can run behind it. That's how it was, it just.
Vice President Head. No. Your Honor.
Yeah.
And
They can still get the hit shots.
Councilor Jones, if we could ask you the question. Do you have any announcements?
I do not.
Oh, thank you.
Except that
City-
I want this on the agenda.
Okay, city manager, you don't have to do that tonight.
On that, I will be off Friday, and, I'll be available on my cell phone, or, the city clerk was graciously agreed to watch out for the house.
Mrs. Wright, do you have any announcements? I can't hear you.
Item 6. I need clarification, Councilmember Jones, that you want the golf cart on the next agenda. Okay, thank you.
You better show up. So just bring it over
Anything
to
else?
consider that.
Mrs. Wright, anything else?
No, sir.
I have nothing. This meeting's adjourned. It's barely 11 o'clock.